So, hello everyone. Good morning. Sorry, I thought that I'm chairing this afternoon session. Just to check with you, if the author of the presenter of the first presentation is here? First. Okay, thank you. And the second presentation? Patricia? Or the second presentation, the author is not here? The third presentation? Streets and squares. Okay, so great, we can start with 2, and if you have the third one, exactly, we can have more discussion on the 2. So, one thing that we noticed actually, and from the beginning I was told by Lucia, about the lack of appropriate communication in L'Aquila. So basically, people was not informed of what was going on, what is things. So, and I think that this communication and public awareness, whether to be pre-disaster or post-disaster, this is the key for making people involved. Because when people don't know, how can they get involved? And when people don't know, how can they adjust their expectations? Yesterday, during the school session, we noticed there were some tensions when the local NGO people were talking with the representatives of reconstruction. You could see emotions actually and it was because there was it was clearly the case that it was the first time they were talking together. So it was very interesting. So hopefully, this session actually is more about communication of the in pre-disaster situation. So may I invite our first speaker, Mr. Shimizu? Yes. Yeah, thank you. Could you please come and present your work? If you agree, we can have both presentations, and then we go for discussion, because it generates more talks. Yeah.
Yes, this one. Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Hiroari Shimizu. I'm from University. I'm PhD student in policy science. And today I would like to start my presentation about the Italian disaster recovery system in comparing to Japan during living in temporary shelter. This is a case study in L'Aquila earthquake and Kumamoto earthquake in Italy and Japan. This is my background of my study. As you can see this graph, natural disaster, the number of natural disasters gonna be happen more and more from the end of 20th century to beginning of 21st century. And in talking about in the disaster, after the disaster in historic cities, it takes a long time, because they have the mind of authenticity. So it takes a long time to reconstruct historic buildings after the natural disaster. But on the other hand, for residents also have to stay in the temporary shelter or temporary houses. So it takes also a long time to get back daily life in historic cities residents. So this chart is about the evacuation pattern. This is this is an example of the Italy case. I mean the L'Aquila earthquake case. So earthquake happened and going to the reconfirm to the physical safe, and after that confirmation their life safe. And after that, they go into evacuation place and temporary shelter and temporary houses. This is one of the example of the L'Aquila earthquake. But on the other hand, in Japanese case, is also the many pattern evacuation pattern after the earthquake. So in my study, it is clarified that difference problem, Japan and Italy, and common problem, Japan and Italy, of the disaster recovery system. They are comparing to governmental disaster response to victims. This is a case, and also this is a case study, and using interview survey to municipality staff and victims in L'Aquila earthquake. And also this study especially focused on the phase from earthquake happen to going to living in temporary shelter. Maybe you know, as you know, this is a abstract of L'Aquila earthquake in 2009. Maybe you know, more than 60,000 people has damage in by the L'Aquila earthquake. And nowadays, more than 10,000 people living in temporary houses. The name is Project Kaze and MAP in L'Aquila. And also, this is an abstract of interview survey for municipality staff and residents in L'Aquila, and those residents also has experienced the L'Aquila earthquake in 2009. And this is a result of the interview survey. But some of the written in Japanese, but I also tell you about in English. Firstly, I would like to explain about the governmental disaster response. From earthquake happened to reaching evacuation place. This subject is victims. The national government announced the state of emergency immediately after the L'Aquila earthquake happened. And also many volunteers, including firefighter, military police, and so on, were organized by national government. And within 48 hours since earthquake has happened, the national government provided camp and tent, stuff for living, and beds, food, and something. And more than 30,000 people went to a camping tent. I will show you the picture later. And more than 30,000 people went to hotel near the seaside. This is a picture of L'Aquila earthquake in 2009. So they moved to temporary shelter, the camping tent or hotel near the seaside after going to temporary evacuation place. And after that, national government provide more than approximately 6,000 tents for the victims. This kind of things. This is a picture of the camping tent. And also, this is a toilet and shower, and the light one is some of the activity for children. A summary about the hearing survey. This is one of the evacuees said, talking about staying in temporary shelter is really comfortable. And because there are some food, water, shower, medicine, and so on. But she said, but there is no disaster information about the reconstruction from after the earthquake. And also, her husband went to the city office to get some information. The other Baki said, I live in tent. He live in tent with his family and other people. So the mostly tent is really comfortable. But he also said management of the shelter management is not good because they didn't give him useful disaster information. Also, he said, and third person says also he don't go to the tent, but he live in hotel near the seaside with him family. But the quality of the staff is really comfortable, he said, because he live in hotel. So, but he cannot get some any information about the construction because there is no staff near the seaside hotel near the seaside. So next, I was talking about the Kumamoto earthquake. This is the time of living in temporary shelter. As you can see, maybe there is no privacy or some. This is really is surprising for you maybe. And this is one of the living style, staying in the car. And this is temporary houses after staying temporary shelter. But this is really temporary one. Comparing to Project Kaze, this is a really permanent one, but this is a really temporary one. But the Kumamoto earthquake happened in 2016, maybe 2016, but 2 years later. But 6,000 people, more than 6,000 people living in temporary shelter. 2016. This is a comparison of the L'Aquila earthquake and the Kumamoto earthquake. You know, magnitude is really same, and actually the scale of earthquake is also same, but the number of ebaki is really different. And this is only Japanese case, but you know, this is a number of deaths, detail about deaths in case of Kumamoto earthquake. Near approximately 300 people gonna be dead, were dead, but 55% dead directly caused by disaster. But more than 200 people were dead, disaster-related deaths. I mean, solitary deaths or suicide, because actually the Japanese temporary shelter, the environment of Japanese temporary shelter is not good. I will tell you the reason why. One of the reason why Japan is not good actually. The one is the Sophia standard. This is a core belief about Sophia standard, but this is for instance, based on the Sophia standard, we must prepare for the kind of toilet, and for one person we need 3.5 square meters to live in temporary shelter. But in case of Japan, talking about shelter management, they don't consider about based on sphere standard. So as you can see, many people in this is a school, elementary school, but a lot of people in the elementary school not considering about sphere standard. This is a big difference between Japan and Italy. And also next one is about management system in Italy is Italy has a Department of Civil Protection. I mean special for disaster, but Japan don't have it also. So in case of huge earthquake happen in Italy, national government will support evacuees directly, and so Italy can rapid and rational support will be able to be a rapid recovery after the earthquake. And this is also one of the function of the Department of Civil Protection. Italy also has a volunteer system. I mean the professional volunteer system. So in case of disaster happen, they will support in disaster area when national government requests to them. So in case of Japan, after happening big earthquake, NPO staff or volunteer staff willing to go into disaster area. But so what they happen? So shelter management staff. I mean in Japanese case, municipality staff or residents living in this area has to manage the shelter. It's directly. So municipality staff, I mean the national government staff, don't have any management of the temporary shelter. So Japanese staff has to manage also volunteer staff. But in case of Italy, national government requests to volunteer staff directly, so they don't have to think about it to manage a temporary shelter.
Excuse me, you have
okay.
3 minutes. Yeah.
Okay. So the final one. So all of the residents, all of the respondents say there is no information. So this is some paper reviews also, but disaster information mismatch and disaster information needs is really important after the big earthquake thinking about resilience as a power of recovery. This is this is the final slide. So this is a community resilience factors index, but the top of one is but maybe you cannot see about detail, but this is about strength of the buildings, but historic city don't have historic city is a high vulnerability of the buildings, so we cannot expect it the high number of the factors. But this other one things is sharing. The other one is about, for instance, how to know a situation of damage and how to know evacuation place. This is a kind of sharing with the information. So we must think about it is necessary to prepare disaster information to increase resilience as a power of recovery after the earthquake. At the same time, it must be reduced to happen disaster information mismatch. So it is necessary to construct disaster information system with reducing disaster information mismatch. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation. Thank you very much. I now invite the second presenter on Patricia? No. Christina?
Welcome everybody. My name is Christina, she said, and I am going to talk about the seismic microsonation as a preventive measure for the conservation of historical heritage. This study is a part of my doctoral thesis. In this research, 3 universities participate: the Universidad Politécnica de Cartagena, this one, the University of Almería, this, both located in the southeast of Spain, and the University of Michoacana de San Nicolás de Hidalgo in Mexico. It's a project funded by the Seneca Foundation, an entity that finances scientific research in the region of Murcia, located in the southeast of Spain. This presentation is divided into the following parts. First, an introduction, later the main objective of the research, materials and methods, results and discussion, and finally the conclusions. Well, first I would like to start talking about the protection of the monuments against earthquakes. This is a problem of great importance for countries that present seismic activity. These images show disasters caused in the historical heritage, above on the left in Spain and below on the right in Italy. One first step to protect the monument is to know the soil conditions. The amplification of the ground motion at the surface is greatly influenced by the geotechnical characteristic of the soil formation below the ground surface. An example of this was in 1985 Michoacan earthquake in Mexico. It was observed that the ground motion can be strongly modified by the local soil effects. Therefore, soil effects assessment and microzoning are essential tasks in order to prevent building damage. Within this framework, the shallow shear wave velocity, called VS, this one, okay, was considered a good quantitative indicator for geological material stiffness. VS is useful for soil microsonation of urban areas for earthquake disaster mitigation, as shown in cities as Lorca in this picture on the right. This type of studies are the first stage for future seismic risk mitigation plans, which should consider local seismic response effects based on the whole set of soil dynamic parameters to assess the seismic hazard level of the populated towns. The main objective of this study answers 3 questions. The first, what is going to be done to compare within the same geology the VS values obtained on a large scale in the metropolitan area with respect to the values of VS obtained on a small scale under a historic building? How will it be carried out? Using a multi-channel analysis of surface waves method. And finally, what is going to be done for? To check if performing a seismic microzoning on the scale of the historic building as a preventive measure, very important, is needed or not. Well, Next, I am going to expose the materials and methods. A microsonation at large scale was made. This city, the city of Murcia, is located in the southeast of Spain. It has been the study area, an area with a maximum expected PGA of 0.23 acceleration for a return period of 475 years. The region of Murcia has a special plan for civil protection in the face of seismic risk called Seismimur, this one. Under this regulation, the study of seismic microsonation in the municipality of Murcia is established. The characterization of the local site effects in Murcia city was made using VS30 values. Murcia region is located in the Betic Cordillera, a set of mountain ranges. More specifically, the city is framed in the Vega Media of the Segura River. It's composed mainly of alluvial fans of different generations, constituted of sands and gravels with silts and clays. On the basis of previous geological studies, a total of 5 linear profiles were made with 7.61 kilometers in length. Okay? 3 geological zones were studied: north zone, this one, center zone, and south zone. North zone with measurements of profile referred to M1 and M5. Center zone with profile called M2, M3, and M5. And south zone with measurements of profile referred to M4, this one. Well, the multi-channel analysis of surface waves was used to determine the velocity profiles of shear wave basis on the Rayleigh wave analysis. The equipment is composed of a land streamer, the blue hose, with a total of 24 geophones of 4.5 Hz with 2 meters spacing. The distance between the seismic source and the first geophone was 4 meters, and the total length of the system was 50 meters. The measurements were recorded with the Summit 2, this picture, and a combined active and passive multi-channel analysis of surface method was used. The active source was a sledgehammer. The equipment was displaced every 10 meters after doing the active and passive measurements. After field data acquirement, the software SARSACE was used to process the seismic records. These seismic records are transformed into the frequency velocity domain, and the Rayleigh wave dispersion curve was manually picked for each shot. Then local 1D shear wave velocity models are inverted for the line center, and a cross-section is interpolated, this one. Well, subsequently, a microsonation at building scale was made. The historic building chosen was the Cathedral of Santa Maria. It's the icon of the city, an important building. It belonged to the historical heritage of the region. Located in the heart of Murcia downtown, it has the maximum degree of protection according to the Spanish Historical Heritage Law of 1985. The building is located near the Segura River in a zone of floodings. It was damaged by 2 earthquakes. The tower of the cathedral was selected to be characterized because there may be peculiar local conditions that affect to seismic microsonation. Multi-channel analysis of surface waves was used to obtain the surface shear wave velocity structure under the tower of the Cathedral of Santa Maria. Two linear profiles were made on the upside of the tower, profile C1 and profile C2, with a total of 55 meters in length. This allowed later to compare the different results with the result obtained at large scale. The equipment is composed of 23 geophones of 4.5 Earth. Profile C1 was made with 1.5 meter spacing between geophones, and profile C2 with 1 meter spacing between geophones. The distance between the seismic source, and the first geophone was in profile C1 3 meters and in profile C2 2 meters. The measurements were recorded with the passive seismograph, this one. In each profile, the measures were taken in passive and active for 2. And the active source was a sledgehammer 2 in this case, And the surface package developed by Kansas Geological Survey from USA was used to process the seismic data recorded. The software produces a dense series of Rayleigh wave dispersion curve according to logical sequence of seismic data recording. Phase frequency velocity spectral diagram are obtained, this one, and the Rayleigh wave dispersion curve again was manually picked for each shot. 1D VS models are inverted for the line center, then a cross section is interpolated. Then the results obtained show the VS model on a small scale, in this case, and a large scale, the red line and the blue and green line. In this case, on a large scale, the M3.5 profile, this one, the red line, has been chosen to compare the results obtained because it's the closest to the building, it's the most closest. The green and blue line correspond to the profiles made on a small scale, this one. Based on VS, the soil has been classified according to Eurocode 8, establishing the types of soils in each case as a function of shear wave velocities. This soil type A, B, C, and D, Eurocode 8, as a function of VS. Since 1998, Eurocode 8 is considered the reference document at a European level on design of structure for earthquake resistance. Next, I will show in detail the result according to different depths. The results show that in the first 5 meters of depth, both on a large scale and on a small scale, the materials mostly correspond to shear wave velocities type C range, this one. In terms of Eurocode 8, VS is between 180 and 360 meters per second. It's a softer layer which consists of sands with gravel and silt. Between 5 and 10 meters deep, the results show velocities located in type C soil. However, in a small scale microzoning, velocities begin to increase, switching to type B soil.
1 minute.
Between 10 and 15 meters deep, the small scale begin to increase the VS values. And finally, the last measured, you can see clearly a difference between VS values at large scale and small scale. Finally, the conclusions are the following. The most significant difference is at 14 meters depth, where the largest scale corresponds to type C soil and large scale correspond to type C soil and small scale correspond to type A soil. In this case, VS values under the cathedral were in different depths, significantly different from those obtained from seismic microsonation at a large scale. Finally, historic buildings are unique and special attention should be paid to their protection. For this reason, and given the peculiarities of each local conditions, seismic microsoning should be carried out on the scale of the historic building. Thank you for your attention.
So, good morning everyone. My name is Monia Del Pinto. I'm from the School of Architecture, Building and Civil Engineering in Loughborough University. Actually, L'Aquila University is my alma mater, so today, for the first time, I'm presenting my research in my town, but it's not about my town. Today I'm going to share with you some reflections, which I used to call my fieldwork notes, actually, following the data collection stage of my PhD research. So, actually I'm not going to provide any answer. I'm going to raise even more questions than the ones I had before, as it generally happens during the data collection stage in the PhD research. But before starting, I'm just giving you some context. My research is at the intersection between urban planning and disaster risk reduction, and I'm focusing on public open space in particular in relation with the urban vulnerability to earthquakes. This means that I'm trying to understand the implication of policy use and layout over the production and progression of urban vulnerability. And I'm doing that analyzing some, through a case study, and I'm studying the 2016 Central Italy earthquake. The reason is simple. In DRR, urban planning is kind of a side topic so far, and urban spaces also are kind of overlooked. So I'm going to introduce you very quickly, but I don't want to oversimplify my research, so please feel free to ask me questions later on. So the main concept I'm going to introduce is the concept of disaster risk, which is connected and deeply connected actually to the concept of vulnerability, which I'm investigating. The concept of risk is connected to vulnerability because along with hazard and exposure and capacity, vulnerability is part of the risk production. What does it mean? It means that vulnerability itself is a key element to tackle if you want to reduce the risk, the disaster risk. The point is that vulnerability is not that easy to see and to understand. We have to unpack it, and there are so many different definitions of it, around 25 in literature. So I picked one, my favorite one, which is the pressure and release model, also known as crunch model. And I'm trying to unpack those aspects through my research. The interesting part also of vulnerability that also starts introducing my research questions is that it is a paradoxical phenomenon, and this is also we can see vulnerability only through the damage happening to buildings, so we conceive actually that we have a dimension of vulnerability through what we observe. So we see collapsed buildings, which is something we have been discussing for 3 days now, or we see displaced people, and we associate this element with vulnerability. Actually, there is something more, because is it not just about buildings and people? There are multiple facets, and one of them, according to my perspective, is related to some intangible element, which is not actually a background, but it's an underlying element that we tend to overlook very often, and the element is space. If we look at cities, this is another theoretical underpinning of my research. If we look at cities, we are in front of a complex system which can be roughly divided into two main dimensions, the physical and the social city, but both of them exist thanks to another element, which is space. Space is fundamental for the layout. Space is what is creating the urban sceneries, enables layout to assume a specific aspect. It's kind of the fingerprint of the culture, of the population, of the community that designs at some point. So we transfer our culture to our space, and we can think about even an example is L'Aquila, the same L'Aquila. The culture behind the decision of creating the city and the layout dividing the city into 4 quarters is something that reflects somehow the culture behind the decision. But beyond the layout, space is also important for the functioning of the city. During the ordinary functioning, space is important because we navigate the city through that. We understand how it is made. We kind of create our mind map of the city through that. We move, we relate to other people. We have the market square where we exchange ideas and trade. And so all this is part of the enrichment during the ordinary condition. But when we have an emergency, space becomes a great, let's say an essential, a key infrastructure that we need to rely upon, because the concept of safety that we generally associate with buildings is kind of reversed. The question of space is a bit complex. I try to, let's say, synthesize it in a nutshell. So we have one layout, we have multiple actors and actions to be taken related to space. So we have the decision making and the end user and many other actors in between, and many actions to be considered, but also multiple functions. This complexity, however, is not considered and is generally overlooked, since space has been left out from the global urban agenda until 2016. We only see space, let's say, considered for the first time after the UN Habitat in 2016. And if we zoom on the Italian landscape, the situation is not better at all. We have a big segregation between ordinary and emergency planning, and we have also, in terms of ordinary planning, space is regulated mostly relying on the quantitative approach, so we consider how much space we need, but we don't consider maybe the quality or other intrinsic properties of the layout that can be meaningful. And in case of the emergency planning, space is now becoming important in the civil protection plan, but so far, so until 2018, that was an element that was considered like a side concept. These questions open some reflection about the theory of space in planning and about planning. In planning, because when we plan and we are not aware of social spatial theories like the ones I'm relying on, we create some gaps in knowledge and we kind of overlook what is the actual potential of space, both for this ordinary and then to transfer it on its emergency functioning. And within the planning process, because if we keep this segregation, it means that we will never create a system which is going to work and perform in an organic way. So this means that we might be even creating the same identical situation and solution, but they don't communicate. So we create boxes that we have to unpack just in case of need. So what are the implications of this for disaster risk reduction? I'm trying to unpack all this complexity through a case study approach. I'm trying to understand through the analysis of 4 locations belonging to the in 4 regions affected by the 2016 earthquake, 3 levels of investigation. I'm trying to understand how planning policies acted on space, how practices of use shaped space, and how the layout somehow has some already inherent potential that can be enhanced or hindered by the decision we make. Once I make this analysis and unpack all of this, I'm trying to give a reinterpretation of the contrast I find, and so all the divergent aspects through the risk equation and the pressure and release model. And then I'm trying to create the picture in terms of vulnerability and disaster risk reduction to inform the decision making at some point. So very quickly, I'm going to introduce you to my 4 cases, which are Campotosto here in L'Aquila, Norcia, Amatrice, and Visso. 4 regions, because 4 regions correspond to 4 different regulatory systems. So I have an idea of how they can interact with the same problem, let's say. A closer look to my cases show you that they are very different in terms of layout, but all of them also have other differences, local differences, like in Visso we have a multi-hazard situation and a complex accessibility due to the topography. In Norcia we have the traces of post-disaster reconstruction dating back to 1979 but also 1997, and if we look back in 1860 we have the first regulatory building code which shaped the very, let's say the core of the historical town. In Amatrice we have problems related to accessibility, both at the local scale and the global scale, because to reach the town after the earthquake was extremely complex due to the only communication route enabled the access to the highway was completely blocked, so the city was isolated. And Campotosto, the last one, showed an extremely critical situation because it was already recovering after 2009 earthquake when the 2016 earthquake happened, and now they are facing this kind of double reconstruction and 2 phases and 2 segregated aspects, and it's a crisis, it's a serious crisis actually. What the cases have in common? They have in common their seismic history first, all of them, So somehow, okay, we are not prepared in terms of exactly knowing when the earthquake is going to happen, but we are aware there are seismic areas. So our cities somehow have been shaped by that in history. All of them have a building-focused and delayed reconstruction, are facing that after the earthquake. For all of them, after my data collection, I kind of realized that there was an outdated or often very absent or low-key municipal civil protection plan, and as I anticipated before, the segregation of ordinary and emergency planning and functioning. So we have these two boxes, and people think about ordinary planning, forgetting about the emergency, and vice versa. And an overall neglect of urban public open spaces. Even if there was this awareness, people tend to identify themselves with the square or with the main street, or they tend to collect them, and they want them to be restored, but actually this aspect is kind of out of the planning process at all. So, where we are, I've been performing a series of interviews. I've interviewed mayors, policymakers, planners. I've been interviewing also rescuers, because they were the external witnesses of what happened, and they were supposed to navigate space only following the signals the space gives you. But now I'm going to focus on the outcomes of these interviews with the policymakers, so with the local policymakers. And some first preliminary observation, let's say, after my both document analysis and interviews, are that, well, beyond the complete neglect of space, which I already mentioned, is that the acknowledged significance of space. So people are aware that that's an important element, but generally this is not transferred into an operational tool. So it's there, it's important, we know what to do with it, but we don't transfer this into something that can make the difference in the future. And also during the reconstruction process, which is supposed to be a process which improves or enhances a pre-existing system, this is something that is considered on the side, because we focus on buildings, because we focus on the physical vulnerability first. And in this case, it's because we focus on the urgency to solve this emergency, which is lasting now for 3 years. It's been lasting for 3 years. In terms of layout, also an interesting observation can be done. It's still preliminary because it still didn't process the spatial analysis, but there is very often a very reduced accessibility and visibility of some areas, which could be changed or mitigated through some decisions that could affect the remaining space, but this is also something that not yet is within the decision-making process. And last but not least is the perception of the disaster itself and the disaster reconstruction as a cycle, which is, okay, we are here, this has happened, and what we want to do now is just recover the status quo, and we want to go back to what we had before, and then maybe we can start thinking about what's coming after this. This means that the next time, sooner or later, a disaster is going to happen, we are going to experience exactly the same pattern. So we are going through the destruction, I'm done, and we have to reconstruct again all over. Preliminary findings, this is just a synthesis actually, but I just wanted to stress the fact that the only thing that is supposed to be fixed is the residual physical vulnerability next to the spaces, because in many areas we have churches standing next to the square, and the church was the very first element to collapse, because generally these religious buildings have an extreme physical fragility. So they're going to be restored. Okay, so we fix that element, but we are not going to plan anything in planning, both in the ordinary, like we are not going to change or to increase the pedestrianization, for instance, or to change the one way of the vehicle access to some areas. We are not going to include evacuation route in our plan, or if we do that, we just do that randomly, like, okay, that's the main street, we can use that. There is the big square, okay, we can use that. So we completely ignore the context. This is what I've received as an information. There was no emergency sign posted before, and it's not supposed to be there afterwards. And still, ordinary planning and emergency planning are segregated. What does it mean in terms of disaster risk reduction? And this is my last slide. We are going to restore the status quo, so the restoration is not seen as an opportunity to improve, and we are exactly in that spot creating the future root causes for the next vulnerability. So we are in a system where we know that there is a high seismicity in the areas, we know that we are somehow working at the root causes, we have the chance to change the situation. If we don't make the right choice and we don't open our perspective to maybe something that so far has not been there, we are going to develop some kind of well-known pattern, and at some point, we just don't know when, but at some point we are going to repeat exactly the same mistakes. Thank you.
both presenters to come and join us.
Well,
I personally have some questions, but I prefer the audience to have their questions first. I don't need, but maybe presenters need. So the geographic diversity of presentations was very interesting to me, you know. We had l'Aquila, we had Japan, we had other regions in Italy, and we had Spain. So it's a great geographic diversity. So shall we go? Please have your questions. Yeah, maybe we needed a coffee first.
yeah.
So, I have some questions. Shall I start with my question? On Japan, actually, you mentioned that there are patterns for evacuation and patterns are. How these patterns are communicated with people? How people know that what is expected, what can be done, and what will be done if something happens?
So after the big earthquake,
Yeah.
the first immediately they moved to temporary evacuation space, like a big supermarket, a parking space or something, some safe place. So after that, we go into the elementary school, because Japan has a neighborhood association based on the elementary school. So we almost people going to the elementary school to live as a temporary shelter. So after that, we repair their house, or they going to other place. So they finally can get back daily life. So.
And from the neighborhood association, from going to those schools.
Yes.
And when people go to the temporary housing or rescue, you know, after
yes.
when they are going
Yes.
to the tents, for example,
Yes.
how they know what's the next step, what to do, and
neighborhood association member or municipality staff share some kind of information that we can go next time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so information about let's say temporary houses gonna be constructed, done. So you have to submit some paper for the application for living in a temporary shelter or temporary houses.
so it's very interesting that neighborhood association, which we can say is kind of bottom up. Is it
bottom up style? Yeah.
So it's being used as a communication channel.
Yes.
For the top down.
Yes.
That's very interesting, actually. Can I go for the second question, or there are other questions? So again, because I want everything to be more about the communication. So again, for the Spain case, those very interesting and in-depth engineering calculations and micro-zoning at both small scale and large scale. Who are the stakeholders, and how this information is transferred, is helping them for decision making? How is communicated?
First, this started by municipality scale, okay, by the government in this area, because this area is a seismic area. And then in the university, in my case, by my thesis, the idea start to make different questions about the the seismic risk at small scale in the case of historic building. No? How you can improve the seismic risk in this case. No? Because of this, we start to a process with this building, the historic building. This is the first step, and later we are going to make a lot of techniques, geophysical techniques, to know the soil conditions, the engineering parameters, techniques as HV, mini array, tomography, electric tomography, to know the soil conditions and the foundations. Then the second step is to analyze the structure of the tower, making an analysis of in front of the risk. No?
So
this
basically,
is the
municipality takes the main role, the key
Yes.
role in disseminating all information.
Yes, in my case is el ayuntamiento. I don't know how to say the government in this case.
Central government.
The municipality.
Local, okay.
Yes, the local government make a decision because of in 2011 it was an earthquake in the southeast of Spain, in Lorca city, and the government make a decision to make seismic microsonation in all area. Okay. This is a study with 3 universities, and then I start my thesis with this study, and I am very worried about the historic building. I love it, and I want to protect, and I want to apport my information about this protection.
Thank you. Shall I continue the third one? I completely get actually your concern, and so it's not more a question, but it's a comment that when we are talking, and I have the practical experience in BAM, they tried to address the public spaces by introducing post-disaster urban design projects, and we were worked on that, so I know in practice how it's going and how brave they were at that time. But I think in addition to the urban planning system, which you are saying that you are saying that the urban planning is the vehicle for communicating or transferring the DRR, the improvement, everything to the next phase of city growth. And I think it needs another layer, because you cannot, as you correctly mentioned, we cannot think of public space without thinking about the buildings around it. And not all buildings are cathedrals. There are private sector, and this private sector, how we actually engage them, make sure that it happens, because in the BAM case, it couldn't happen, because the complexities of the reconstruction adds to the vision that we have for that public space. Just to add to your question, basically.
I'm observing the same criticality, because 4 cases are 4 different scenarios. And whereas in Norcia, for instance, all the private buildings were extremely safe, if compared to extremely safe. Were safe in the meaning that people who took care of their own houses after 1979 reconstruction, we had kind of the physical vulnerability of the private building was quite reduced if compared to the physical vulnerability of the churches and religious buildings. And they were the big criticalities, because next to each building we had a square. On the other hand, so in Norcia we expect that the reconstruction now is supposed to fill this gap with the religious buildings, but for instance, in Visso, I observed something a bit different, and there were comments about how are we going to approach this problem, which is, okay, we have all of these buildings, many people are not living here because they are second houses, so they maybe don't want to take care of them. Well, not don't want to take care of them, but it's not a priority. And sometimes also the slow reconstruction doesn't actually make them feel, let's say, keen to embark in a private thing. So it's a huge problem, and that's what needs to be considered both in terms of ordinary reconstruction, ordinary planning, and then as a reflection in the emergency, because the moment you have a corridor, an evacuation corridor, you have to make sure that it is surrounded by building that can make it function properly. So otherwise you block everything, and that's the key. Or again, Norcia was safe maybe in terms of buildings, but there are 8 gates to access the city, so the evacuation route worked perfectly, then you reach the gate and the gate is collapsing because it's not safe enough, and then you are trapped within the city. So all these little criticalities I'm trying to identify and, let's say, label at this stage are very difficult to provide an answer. I'm just kind of collecting more and more inputs and raising the problem, actually, because I think it's kind of
and it's time
overlooked yet.
Yes,
so at least this is the first step. Maybe in the future someone else is going to talk about it.
Exactly. It should entail. So, opening the floor for questions.
We can ask questions.
I have a question for Moni. The things you are looking out in the 4 cases, are you focusing on the urban layer, every layer you are comparing? Would you like to compare the 4 cases within, or are you thinking about each case like a particular situation where you can extract after a conclusion that would serve for other cases, for example? Do you think it is easy to compare?
No, I'm not comparing. I'm comparing within each case what the real layout is, so the natural movement patterns, the spatial analysis actually, so what the space is and what is its inherent potential. And then on the same city, I'm trying to see how people use that space, so if there is a correspondence between these 2 levels. And then how policy, so decision making and planning, act on that. So I have 3 layers related to each single case. And when you compare them, it's very, very unlikely that they are all on the same line, so on the same page, let's say. And so there I can extrapolate criticalities. And then I can identify common criticalities, which already are there. In all of these areas, more or less, we have the same approach, a similar approach. I expect them to become more complex. I'm not expecting it to kind of reflect the reality of every single case in Italy, but the trend, can we say? So there is this kind of trend that can be highlighted at the moment, and we'll see for the future, because actually at the moment I don't have these detailed results from the analysis yet.
Shall I suggest that, thank you very much everyone, shall I suggest that we continue our informal discussions during the coffee break?
Good morning at all. I'm Patrizia Montuori. I'm adjunct professor of history of architecture and modern and contemporary architecture in the course of construction, civil architectural engineering at University of L'Aquila. And now we can have the presentation of Catherine Forbes. We can start with this presentation. Anyway, this by Australia Hikomos, an architect with an expertise in restoration and protection of architectural heritage. And Catherine we speak us about an interesting case, the case of Christchurch, the architectural heritage of Christchurch after the earthquakes of 2010 and then in 12. and we can hear this interesting presentation. Okay.
So thank you for having me. You might be asking why an Australian's talking about New Zealand. I went to Christchurch after the earthquakes and interviewed a lot of the people that had been dealing with the earthquake about 6 years after the earthquake. Everybody was still extremely traumatised, but since that time, things have been changing. So today I'm going to speak about the hope for the future and not just everything that went wrong in the process of the emergency response. So, New Zealand's located on the Pacific Ring of Fire, and like Italy, it has a range of mountains that goes down the centre of it, which is directly on the fault line between the Australian plate and the Pacific plate. In September 2010, there was an earthquake on the Canterbury Plains, which is an alluvial area, not on the mountains. And then you can see Christchurch is actually located right on the coast. And the 2010 earthquake did cause substantial damage in the city, but it was enough for the city could actually deal with it. It was the February 2011 earthquake that caused the major damage, and then there's been many, many, many earthquakes since, large and small, hundreds of thousands still going. But one of the big issues that Christchurch has is that it's built over 200 metres of aquifers and gravel. So liquefaction was a very major problem. This is what was regarded as the architectural heritage of Christchurch before the earthquake. There's a lot of neo-Gothic buildings and classical buildings for commercial and institutional buildings, and a lot of the housing was timber. You can see one down there, and you can see that it's all of a European heritage, so from the British colonial period. This is what happened in the earthquake. So most of those buildings that predated 1930 were unreinforced masonry construction, so just very traditional block construction, and that failed very badly. The timber buildings fared a lot better, but there were still failures. But even the post-1930 buildings had issues. So 1930 was when the building codes were introduced for seismic design in New Zealand following the Napier earthquake. So straight after the earthquake, within 2 hours, the whole city had been evacuated and a red zone had been established. It was under the control of the Civil Defence Authority, and a state of emergency was declared, which lasted for 5 weeks. It was then the Canterbury Earthquake Recovery Act was brought in by Parliament, and they established a Canterbury Earthquake Recovery Authority who had authority over everything that happened within that red zone, basically everything that happened within the area of the Christchurch City Council, and the council was stripped of all power. Not because they were incompetent, it's just the national government decided that they were going to take control. And it basically meant that all decision making was made by outsiders and not by the people that the city mattered to. So you can see the residents standing outside the fence enclosing the red zone, and they were kept out for 2 years. They could never go in and retrieve any of their personal things. And their buildings were demolished without even consultation. So this is what the city looked like by 2012. 1,240 buildings were demolished, including 44% of the heritage listed buildings. The major priority, of course, was on minimising risk and public safety, ensuring public safety. But because all legislation was suspended to protect heritage and the planning of the city, there was no recall. So a lot of residents tried to take their buildings to court to prevent the demolition orders. Not one succeeded. The council was provided, they engaged their own engineers to reassess buildings, to record buildings before demolition, and they were trying to defend the heritage buildings in court, and they did not succeed. So, Dr. Saab Johil, who's a clinical psychologist with the Disaster Mental Health Unit at Massey University in New Zealand, we had a conversation. He said to me, the loss of cultural heritage through disaster is equivalent to losing an arm or a leg. You grieve for the loss, but you learn to adapt, but you can never recover what you have lost. When I spoke to the Mayor of Christchurch, I said, how do you feel about the loss of your heritage? And she said, we keep being told we're really resilient. She said, we're not resilient, we're just stoic. The Maori people refer to Turangawaewae. It means a place to stand, a place of belonging, a place that is part of your identity and your cultural inheritance. Everybody needs that place. Margaret Morton, who's a community recovery specialist in Australia, said to me, those with a strong sense of community, this is from her PhD research, and strong sense of community, identity and history, and a strong connection to place and the natural environment are much more successful in adapting and rebuilding than those that do not have this connection. This is from researching many disasters that have occurred across Australia and interviewing those involved. So what did the people in Christchurch do? They were presented with that empty city. Everything that they knew, everything that was familiar, all the landmarks were gone. The streets that they recognised were gone. The shops that they used to go to were gone. So they tried filling the gaps. The chairs represent the people that died in the earthquake, all those that were seriously injured. They're on the site right next to where the major deaths occurred. This timber arcade was built outside the red zone in an area that was made a community space where they set up a playground for the children and a temporary bar so parents could come and meet. But it was forming a gateway, a view into the city. This artwork, Tree Houses for Swamp Dwellers, I particularly liked because it's connecting to Christchurch's physical landscape and the people of Christchurch learning to understand where they are and connecting to that swamp. The Christchurch was built on a swamp. They did try to fight for their heritage, as I said. The house at the top here was one of the oldest houses in Christchurch. It's still like that because the insurance company refuses to fund the repairs and the owner refuses to demolish it. The cathedral has been the biggest fight. We'll have a look at that. These are some of the houses. I must say, this is the only court case that was actually successful. The community took the owner to court to prevent the building being demolished, and then when they actually succeeded in court, they purchased the building from them, and the community have established a trust and are repairing this building. It will be a community resource. So Christchurch Anglican Cathedral. This was the centrepiece of the city. This was the most famous building in the whole of New Zealand. It's designed by George Gilbert Scott, one of Britain's most notable architects of the 19th century. It represented the extent of the British Empire across the world and the reach of the Anglican Church. So to have such a sophisticated building at the opposite end of the world from the UK. It was located on Cathedral Square, that's that diamond on the aerial photo there, and that was the place where everything happened, you know, New Year's Eve's fireworks, major celebrations for the city, soldiers going off to war and coming home were all celebrated here. And the space no longer exists. All the buildings around the space have gone, and the cathedral is standing in a very dilapidated state. So in the first earthquake, the top of the spire came down. The second major earthquake, the next part of the tower came down, falling into the aisle. And then on the third major earthquake, the scaffold that had been put up to protect the rose window went straight through it. And this is what we have now. So this is 2016. It hasn't changed. It still looks like that. It had a demolition order placed on it. And the community have kept taking the church to court to try and prevent that demolition. They have never succeeded in court. However, they have convinced the Anglican Church to save the building and not demolish it. So in 2017, that decision was finally made. In the meantime, the church built the cardboard cathedral, which you've probably heard about, Shigeru Ban design, which is guaranteed a life of about 70 years to enable them to rebuild the cathedral. So, and there's artworks. This is the whare here is a Maori meeting house, and that represents the importance of this place for meeting for the people. But the sculpture is planted, and it's to show new life arising out of the ruins. This is the Catholic cathedral, the basilica. The dome has been disassembled. However, the church is in such bad condition, the future is unknown still. It was a very early form of reinforced concrete that failed. This is the Provincial Council building, the oldest government building in Christchurch. The council has just what we call mothballed it. They've stabilised it, covered it so that it doesn't decay anymore, and stacked all the stones so that in some future time it can be recovered. Canterbury Museum. This is the one building that survived the earthquake. This became a really important place for the local people because this was the only place they could have contact with their heritage. Even though the collection was damaged, it was able to be repaired, and this became a focal point for community activity. Christchurch Art Gallery. It's not a heritage building, but it contains really significant artworks. And it was taken over for 5 years as the recovery centre. So the people had no access to it either. This is one of the good news stories. The Arts Centre, which is in this same precinct. The Arts Centre used to be a school. It had been converted to an arts centre before the earthquake, and it provides lots of community facilities. After the first earthquake, the Arts Centre upgraded its insurance substantially. The second earthquake, they were able to make a claim, and this is being repaired. They have about 20 buildings. They're gradually being opened one by one. When the Great Hall was reopened, there were absolutely tears of joy in the community to have that space back. It was where a lot of people had graduated. They had weddings there. They'd had concerts there. Very important space for the community. And you can see the seismic strengthening of the window there. Isaac Theatre Royal. This is the only theatre that has survived the earthquake. They've strengthened the facade. They've saved the painted dome from over the auditorium and salvaged that and reinstated it in a totally new theatre that's been reconstructed internally to look like the old theatre, but externally it's a totally new structure. Commercial buildings suffered very badly. So on the on the left is what it was like before the earthquake, this particular one on High Street. High Street was the fashion street, and this is how it still looks. It's just the facade that's been saved. I was intrigued by the containers, and they've got mannequins in each of those doors because it was a fashion store. And I was also very impressed by Christchurch with the artworks that have gone up all over the city, expressing the people's feelings of what they've lost. There's another commercial building in the same street that the facade has been saved, strengthened, and then it's a totally new building behind it. This is a really interesting one, Knox Presbyterian Church. So this particular building, the masonry all failed, but the timber structure inside, the columns and the roof structure, all was left standing with everything else around it shed. In the recovery, the congregation decided that they decided not to rebuild the masonry, that there were too many issues with that. And so they've built a totally new structure over the outside, but the whole interior has been conserved in situ with pews. Everything inside is there, but outside it's totally new. So it's clad in copper and glass. This building has won many international awards as well as local awards for the structural engineering that went into the design. So I'm looking at that as future heritage. Christchurch Town Hall. This was supposed to be demolished, but when the government finally left and council regained control, the community wanted this space back, and it was obvious that it was much more economic to actually repair the building than to demolish and build a new one. The council put on their website the whole construction process live, so people could watch what was happening inside that building for the whole few years that it was going. And it has reopened, and people are again using that building for concerts. So this is the new architectural character of Christchurch. Lots of steel, glass, lightweight construction. They're not really into heavy masonry anymore. And lots of seismic isolators under buildings, and lots of cross bracing, and it's the character of Christchurch for the future. So what of the future? We have all these remnants that have been collected from collapsed buildings. So the dome's been collected from the basilica, but the future of the basilica is still unknown. But we have all sorts of other bits that have been stored. The council had a share they called it Share an Idea, and invited the community to come and tell them what they wanted in the new city. It gave the community a lot of hope for the future. They also asked the community about what they felt their heritage was, and they found out that it was far more than the architectural heritage that had been listed before. The community has multiple identities, and there's a lot greater focus on the Maori heritage of the area and understanding the Maori relationship to the land. You can see this is traditional Maori weaving down the bottom, that's in the museum. They've done these welcome mats on the path all along the river. Near the boat sheds, the historic boat sheds for the punts that are used on the river, they've actually built a model of a sculpture of a Maori canoe. They've just released their new vision for heritage. This has been put together after many community workshops to identify what the heritage is, and looking at a shared heritage and a shared responsibility for that heritage, and recognising that it's absolutely essential to their psychological well-being and identity. And in those discussions, they talked about, yes, we've lost a lot, but we have also gained, because we've gained a new understanding of what our heritage is. They've had emergency management workshops between the council, civil defence, emergency management sector, heritage professionals, and they're looking at preparing mitigation strategies and being much better prepared for any future earthquakes, which are obviously going to happen. And then they'll be moving into developing their recovery and response and recovery strategies together as opposed to separately. So hope for the future. Community engagement has developed recognition of a broader range of heritage. The council's instigated a storytelling project which is bringing the community back together and rebuilding community trust. There's been a lot of community members are participating, recording their stories, and they're all being kept. The national government has just passed a new building amendment bill that actually includes for the management of heritage buildings in an emergency, and the workshop with the emergency management sector is looking at better risk management and emergency planning for heritage and a more collaborative response. So that's my snapshot from Christchurch. That's where we're at now.
We can quickly call the other presenter. I thank Catherine for this interesting presentation, and I call at the table Lucia Barchetta and Enrica Petrucci. Lucia Barchetta. Okay, by University of Camerino, a PhD student. Okay. That we present the case of the heritage, the architectural heritage of Marche region, and in particular of Arquata del Tronto after the earthquake of 2016. Okay, 15 minutes, another 2. But we must end in the time. Okay.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Lucia Barchetta, an architecture PhD student at Università di Camerino. The title of this research is The Local Heritage as a Mean to Build Resilience, and Arquata del Tronto is taken as a case study. The research started from before the earthquake, and it is the result of the work done with the local administration after the earthquake as preliminary studies for the recovery plan of Arquata del Tronto. This is the research methodology that starts from the resilience model and arrive to the exploration of the case study. Starting with the definition of resilience, this term does not have a univocal meaning and takes on different shades depending on the meaning in which we frame it. In this research, the capacity of resilience tends to be defined as the ability to recover memory to define a new identity. Particular reference is made to international strategies for disaster risk reduction. In particular, it is necessary to mention the IAGO framework for action from 2005 to 2015, and then the Central Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction from 2015 to 2030. They aims actually both to the reduction of disaster risk and losses in lives over the next 10 years. The United Nations for International Strategy for Disaster Risk Reduction developed the 10 essentials for the Making City Resilient campaign, including the aspect of local governance, financial and technical resources. And in this particular research, we take in consideration particularly the point number 4, pursue resilient urban development and design, and the point number 10, expedite recovery and build back better. Talking about the case study, this is in the inner area of the Marche region that show the extreme fragility of the territorial system, with stark consequence on the economic and social context. We are talking about historic villages, and there the high seismic vulnerability of the building has caused the most significant damages. It's particularly complex to apply regulation and design tool aimed at protecting and preserving historical cultural values, and also strategies of rebuilding are very complex. Therefore, it is necessary to start to gain from expansive knowledge of the peculiar features of the historical system of Central Apennines, mostly unknown, to identify recurrent types and techniques through which the foundation and subsequent development of the building were laid. Through this analysis, it is possible to derive the necessary elements to guide a conscious reconstruction. So we are in the southern part of Marche region, and Arquata del Tronto is made from 13 historic center, and the district of Arquata del Tronto is really complex and was already a major crisis before the seismic event. For many of the destroyed or damaged sites, it would be necessary to identify a qualitative criteria of reconstructions. In some cases, minimum interventions in order to improve accessibility and security of the context. In other cases, the reconstruction with the same volumes and on identical sedimentary area are conceivable. We'll see three different cases. This is Arquata del Tronto after the first earthquake that we had on the 24th of August. And then that's you can see what happened on the 26th of October, and after the 30th of October, the square was collapsed. So we start from the characteristic of the cultural heritage to give a cultural identity to preserve and enhance. This territory is rich of ancient testimonies, tangible and intangible assets. So it's a stratification of cultural and figurative elements. All the 13 historic centers have a poor architecture responding to the economics, based essentially on agriculture. The most important building in each of them is the church. The prevailing typology is that with a single nave, without an apse, or with a little accentuated apse. In the facades we have a very simple decoration. The survey then proceed with a research on those worthy of particular architectural interest reported by institutional sites. Each of them was assigned a color: red for bound property, yellow for those deserving of interest but without specific protection obligation. To this was added a further minor category identified during the inspection, to which a green color was assigned. And then we tried to focus on some elements that were typical identity elements that we could found only there because it was the result of the spontaneous architecture. The first one was the memorials. This typology has been erected in many cities and towns of Italy, and it was built to remember the people who died in the First World War. And they also often have a symbolic and traditional monumentalism. The second was the lavatoi, which can be translated like as washer. Essentially was where architecture, building, or simply fountains where people used to go to wash their clothes because they didn't have water in houses. And the last one was the essiccatoi, that were building or part of the building used to dry food to preserve it. Very peculiar are also the access portal to the buildings, where a certain homogeneity can be found. In particular, the round-headed portals are very widespread, with decoration and a shaped keystone, often made of local stone, travertine, or sandstone. On the contrary, new buildings have only travertine frames, and the geometry also undergoes a clear simplification. The only exception are the representative buildings, mostly for civic use, which instead have more articulated geometry, forms, and richer architectural exhibition. The last one and the most important identity element is the masonry. So the wall texture found inside the village reflect the building practice that has undergone numerous modifications. In general, there is a wide use of local materials such as sandstone, and here a kind of regularity is found, and the arrangement of the elements is regular, while there is a tendency to respect the shift of the vertical joints. In this map we can see in Arquata del Tronto how the quality of the masonry that can be related with the analysis of damages after the first earthquake that is strictly connected to the quality of masonry. This is kind of a proposal of the square of Arquata based on the total reconstruction of the square. starting from the identity characters. The new construction problem develops on the ground footprint of the previous volumes and is based on the presence of the portals as identity elements and the relationship of the buildings with the landscape. This could be an example of the rebuilding without forgetting who and where we are. The second example is Vezzano, which is right below Arquata, and it's different from Arquata because it didn't collapse actually. It was really close but at different post-earthquake situation. And the damages to the building are quite contained and are due to the event recorded on the 30th of October. The starting point for the characterization of Vezzano was the historical analysis through the study of the historical maps. From the comparison with the recent map, it has been possible to give a characterization of the inhabited area based on the age of the building, trying to identify also the successive modifications. Those are necessary elements to understand what the possible critical issues are on the buildings. Another essential element in this is the survey. In fact, this is the geometric survey we did with by hand and with the help of laser scanner, and it's very important to understand the complexity of the elements that usually are typical of a historical center. The survey ended with the architectural survey, which was really important to identify those elements born of a generally spontaneous architecture, but which are really important for a correct interpretation. So this is the way we identified our identity elements. This is the particular, from the architectural survey, the typological element of the building Vezzano were extrapolated. So the portals and the entrances with a typical stairs. So we have studied also the whole elevation where we can find a series of portals all different from each other. Some of them reused in a modern way, others probably disfigured by today's needs. Then we did an accurate analysis on the masonry and to understand even the structure of the buildings. This study ends with an interpretation of the damage suffered during the earthquake. There have been several collapses and many damages. Cluster behaviors are generally complex and poorly codified. The understanding of the activated mechanism, however, appears fundamental in perspective of acting with interventions may aim at improving the seismic behavior of a historical building. These are proposals as well for Vezzano. It differs from Arquata because it aims at maintaining the heritage of the historic center, repairing with seismic damage improvement and redevelopment of the territory through the enhancement of the activities. The last one is Pescara del Tronto. It has a similar story to the previous ones. Its features do not differ from Vezzano or Arquata. However, it had the misfortune of rising on a land that collapsed during the earthquake. The city is destroyed. It collapsed on the road that is the Salaria. Here the identification of identity elements is almost impossible except through the study of historical images. But above all, the reconstruction in the same place is not possible, and they still don't know where and if they will rebuild it. So if you can't reconstruct in the same place and we no longer have elements of identity that tell the story of the place, the question that arises, is there any resilience left? Thank you.
Thank you, Lucia, and I give the floor to Paola Branduini. and Fabio Carnelli, because we have a shipment by Polytechnic University of Milan that that speak us about the preservation of rural landscape and its role in resilience of small town of North Italy, I think, and center and North Italy.
Yeah, 2 case studies, but we'll talk about
okay. Adjunct professor, and you can speak. Okay.
Okay. Good morning, everybody. So we are presenting the first study of the research funded by the Horizon 2020 research framework from 2 different points of view. So we are an architect and a sociologist that we are working on this research. And we are a little bit out of the choir because we are talking about rural landscape, and for this first phases, not in a post-disaster, but in an ongoing, let's say, disaster phase. So the framework is this research project called Rich Culture, Redesigning Access to Cultural Heritage for the wider participation in preservation, reuse and management of European culture. There are 4 pilot action, and one about small town heritage, then rural heritage, then institutional heritage and minority heritage. And the aim of this research is to enhance participation in the preservation and reuse of cultural heritage. How the people react and is involved, and how we can improve the involvement of people in preserving cultural heritage. Especially, we are in the small town, in the pilot action of small town, but related with the one with about rural heritage. And our research focus is how can local rural heritage enhance resilience to some disturbances. So, we are, you can see 2 rural landscape, and the trait d'union is the marchita meadows, that is a special crops, a traditional special crops that connect the north and the central Italy. So it's mainly spread in the north, and here we are in the Ticino Valley. And there is 1 case in the center of Italy, in Norcia, brings by monastery, San Benedetto Monastery. The first is affected by the construction of a new highway, and the second one was affected by the earthquake in 2017, as you well know, that destroyed main part of the center. Very few information about what is marchita meadows. Is a traditional techniques that are allowed to disfruit the availability of water that we have in some plain, especially in the Po plain below the resurgence area. And you can see on the plateau, so the water coming from the underground were used in very thin canals and were spread on the meadow during the winter time. This meant this allowed production, further production, to be double as a new normal meadow, and allowed more production of milk and cheese. That was the gold, the green gold of Lombardy, so-called. And it's a technique that is attributed to the Cistercian monks, and one of the oldest document we found is a scroll of 1188. These techniques last century was mainly abandoned due to the changement in feeding animals, in loss of techniques of intangible heritage, and due to the less availability of water. So the highway project is going to affect this landscape, this traditional landscape that is protected by the Ticino Park. Also, that is also a UNESCO map area. Short story of the evolution of this project started in 1990s. Then there were in 2008 there was an appeal to the regional administration court and petition to EU and UNESCO so against this project, to avoid the project. Money was missing, but now so then an alternative from the local people, the local association, NGO were presented. Now we are at the latest stage, and the final project has been modified and is going to be, it has been approved. Yes.
Theoretically speaking, we try to create a dialogue between disaster studies and landscape as a system approach. And obviously we refer to the socio-cultural approach on disaster studies that see a disaster, that says that there is no such thing as a natural disaster, and disasters are processes, slow or quick or sudden, that lie at the intersection of nature and society. And the important thing is that it's an interaction between an agent and the social, cultural, and environmental context on which the agent has an impact. So the context is the key, and we are here, of course it's not a classical disaster highway project, but it's something that can be a potential disaster that is perceived by the community as a disaster, and it's also a key to try to compare the different case studies, where the Norcia case study was a disaster like an earthquake that is a total social fact in a way, and a potential one.
So why talking about rural landscape? Because it's an heritage. And it's formed by tangible and intangible heritage that encompass physical and attribute as the behavior, the linkage between the people and their tangible elements. So, and we can consider it as a system of elements, of tangible elements, like rural building, like canals, roads, and trees and fields that are connected with the techniques and the knowledge that people, and mainly farmers, used to modify and prepare and improve the quality of the production. So it is recognized and an heritage by ICOMOS IFLA principle concerning rural landscape as heritage, adopted in New Delhi in 2017, and our research group was on the mainly proposer of this chart of principle. And so heritage can contribute to sustaining and increasing an adaptation and resilience of rural landscape by supporting rural and urban inhabitants. So we are going to focus our research how rural landscape can be an answer of the identity of the people in front of disaster. So I pass the floor to the...
So from a methodological point of view, we obviously followed the H2020 project, but we tried to adapt the methodology to our case studies. And so we collected initiatives promoted by institutions, stakeholders and the public, documents from newspapers, online blogs and social media, and we had 15 classical and walking interview. Walking interview allowed the researcher to get a more awareness about the relationship between the environment and the actors interviewed. And among our research questions, we asked to our actors what is heritage, what they consider to be heritage, which initiatives they organize for heritage promotion, how rural landscapes are considered in heritage making process, and how the Marchita water meadows are considered, what kind of participation is going on there, how the highway project is seen, what kind of participation is going on there to fight against the project or to support the project. And so at the end, how heritage is used as a tool of resilience, as a tool to resist or adapt to this kind of project. And then, of course, we had the thematic analysis of the interview and all of our data. To have a balanced sample of interviewee, we identified and clustered our actors in 3 groups. The institutional one, so we had the regional institutions and the local institutions. Among the regional institutions, we had the region, the Milan metropolitan city, the Ticino Park. Among local institutions, we had the 2 municipalities, the Proloco, which is the official association for heritage promotion in Italy at local level, and the Young People's Council of Abbiategrasso. Then we had stakeholders at local and national level, like Legambiente, the No Highway Movement, Farmer Association, a museum, and then we had the public, among them local experts, farmers, and also a lawyer that was involved in the appeal to the administrative court. Okay, so let's come to the result. It's obvious that the different actors had different concept of heritage, and it's interesting that the differences in heritage reflected our cluster. So among the institutional actor consider heritage mainly what the architectural heritage of the town, so mainly historical buildings of a supposed medieval origin. So there is a foundational myth that says that the heritage is medieval, the identity is stemmed from medieval ages. And it's interesting that you can see a map and all the elements are in the historic center. The institution also mentions the rural landscape, but always in connection with the historical center, with the town, to the extent to which local products, farmers' market are considered something linked to the rural landscape through the city. Among the institutions, the only exception was the Ticino Park, obviously, that consider heritage. Everything is connected to the rural landscape. So the rural landscape as a whole. So they consider also degraded areas, abandoned rural buildings like cascinas as heritage. Then. The stakeholders consider heritage almost everything was connected to the rural landscape. So there is an opposite view of what is considered heritage. And for example, the farmers consider heritage everything is connected with the rural culture. So what agriculture can teach us. The museum considers heritage, everything is connected with the daily life of farmers in the past century. Then it's interesting that it was considered also heritage, a sort of historical rural vocation of the area that can make people awareness of the territory, of where they live. And then, and it's really interesting to say that it's like depending on their local direct knowledge, rural landscape is considered as heritage, but we will see this at the end of the presentation. And then among the farmers, it's interesting that heritage, that water is considered as heritage. So water and the Marchita water meadows is considered as heritage. It is considered as something that is linked to an identity of place, a sense of place, which can also transmit some shared values. And how the Marchita meadows are seen, are perceived by the different actors. It's interesting to see how the local institutions see this kind of heritage as something dead, as a relics of a medieval past, as part of a past identity, as an old tradition, which is not more productive. All the stakeholders and also the Ticino Park and the farmers also see the Marchita meadow as something that can have an active role in the future. So as something that is and can be an heritage for the town, a tool for building a sustainable future, a tool to have to develop a circular economy. So they try also to include climate change in their consideration of heritage as something that can change the present to have a better future. And of course, it's the Marchita meadows is also linked to a conflicting identity that encapsulates a conflict between the shame for a rural past, because the rural past for this small town is something also to forget the poverty, the hard work, and so on, but also something that can give a better quality of life and, what I've already said, a better future, a different economic model, sustainability. So it has the potential for a different economic model. And of course, it's an internationally acknowledged. It's something that is internationally known as a value. And as I said earlier, it's something that can transmit some kind of values to future generations. Of course, linked to water. And how is the highway project seen? It's quite paradoxical because all the actors, even the institutions that are promoting the project, see and say that the highway project will have a bad impact on the environment. But for example, the mayor says that, okay, it will have a bad impact on the environment, but it will have some benefits for the citizens due to a growing lack of infrastructure. So they will have more infrastructure, they will solve the traffic problem, local industry will have a new development. It's something a bit, it's like there is a completely different economic model that they try to promote and to foster in a way. For all the other actors, the highway it doesn't make sense. It's an old project. It's useless, and it will divide the landscape in many different ways. It will have some, as David Alexander explained this morning, some different cascading effects, because it will divide the landscape, also physically. So it will divide the local relationships between the farmers. So it will have a bad impact on economic local networks. It will have also an impact on the water grid, so on really it will decrease the level of the aquifers, so it will disrupt the groundwater system, so it will have a bad impact on agriculture, so on this kind of heritage that on what is considered heritage for almost all the actors and by the stakeholders, and so it will have also an impact on the both on the local economy and of local identity. So I have 1 minute, I have 2 slides, it's perfect. To conclude and to sum up, can rural landscape enhance resilience? We are not really supporters of the concept of resilience, but we are trying to adapt the concept to this case study and to see how to create a dialogue and to find ways to understand the potential of rural landscape in reacting to some disturbances. So it's interesting that if from the local institution and regional institution, the rural landscape, as I said, it's not really considered. It's only considered for touristic purposes as something that can help tourism, linked to food, or you can have some recreational activities to spend your free time in this kind of heritage. For the stakeholders, the rural landscape can have the potential and has now the potential to transmit shared values and local knowledge, to promote sustainability and raise awareness of the area. And it's interesting to say that the highway movement, it's like created a sort of community that became aware of what they live, of their rural identity that can turn into something else through sustainability, and also thinking about new ways of economic development, like mechanism of circular economy. And it can also be a tool for environmental education, the rural landscape. But to conclude, because we don't have time, final remarks and okay, I read the. Okay, so just to have some final remarks, and please give us suggestions. We can use this concept to also address the Norcia case. It is something different. Rural landscape can enhance resilience by embodying and transmitting tangible and intangible aspects, which potentially encapsulates a sense of identity and place, which are essential to recover from disturbances. Connecting people at local level, so can both shapes and is shaped by a social network, which is inherently embedded into social natural elements, for example, water, and by connecting and visualizing social ecological systems, so promoting sustainable urban regeneration for the town, and raising local knowledge and awareness, and so being source and place of alternative economic models. So rural landscape is not only the surrounding of a small town, but a component of the landscape system. Sorry for being late. Yeah. 7 minutes, sorry.
We are sorry, but the time is... And we can have Miyako Kitamura by Tohoku University that speak us about the traditional dancing in Japan, in particular the one named Kagura, I think.
Dancing.
Okay. And we must end in 15 minutes because we are late in time. Okay. And green, yellow, red, and black.
Like Hello, my name is Miyako Kitamura, coming from Tohoku University. I would like to talk about the shelter management immediately after the Great East Japan earthquake and about research on community resilience related to intangible cultural properties. So the first, I would like to talk about the peculiar situation of the intangible cultural heritage, where it may be difficult to understand sometimes. Intangible folk culture properties are further divided into three subcategories: folk custom and practice, and folk performing art and folk arts. Custom and practice include festival and annual event. Folk performing arts include kagura, bunrak, and the other secular performing arts. Meanwhile, folk arts encompass the traditional form and the technological use to the provided sector. For example, traditional way of digging in a folk art. In addition, beyond the cultural property itself, selective preservation is an important technology that the kind of protection. So what did the Great East Japan earthquake of March 11 do to the Japan's intangible folk culture property? In total of 70 designed culture assets suffered damage, there was loss of equipment because of the tsunami and the death of the members for the very important for the cultural heritage. Those has been here report and confirmation of damage in the important intangible folk culture property in those areas. For the most part, then the damage in the equipment or the facilities used for event or festival has been reported. Unfortunately, while property has mostly escaped damage, some of the people who handled those events or organized preservation society has lost their lives. Although damage to the cultural property design, the country was small in terms of members, when it will include those cultural property designed by the performance and management, the small communities, as well as those not designed yet. Those was great damage intangible folk culture properties. Among those form of damage to the equipment, tool, and facility used was first to be noticed in many perspectives of this, because such damage is visible. In response to its support was provided from various places. Businesses for repairs and new tools were delivered very early, so the last item were returned more quickly than expected. Many original tools and accessories were repaired, and the folk entertainment event that used those tools became a gathering point and combined traditional performance and reconstruction. This has helped to review of the area. Such visible damage was very easy to understood, so recovery progressed quickly. However, damage to intangible culture property and folk cultural property does not only include damage to visible tools and equipment. The local society itself was affected as well, as there was much damage that people did not notice. This is the damage of the Great East Japan earthquake, and also you can see the enormous damage. This is my research location in Otsuchi area. As the north part of Japan is the coastal area in the north of the Japan. And this is some photo in the Otsuchi area, usually very calm and small rural area. The people live in the very related to the religion and the very beautiful areas. So the damage of the Great East Japan because the Otsuchi was enormous. This is because many people in town hall, including a mayor, who was supported to take the lead to the such as emergency disappeared. In addition, the cars used for evacuation could not reach the town because of the many debris has get fire. The fire continued more than 3 days. So the town of Otsuchi continued to burn for the 3 days after the earthquake. Under such circumstances, the people affected had to live without any kind of infrastructure such as water, gas, and electricity. For about a week, shelter management extremely important for such a situation. This pie chart shows data for the occupation of the people living in Tokyo and Otsuchi before the earthquake. It is in the 2010. As you can see, people working on the Otsuchi area found there were fewer clerks and the service there was more than average in Japan. The next pie chart, the meanwhile shows average income in Japan and average income in Tokyo and average income Otsuchi. You can see the kind of the poverty area in Otsuchi. And this is demographic chart, and you can see that this area, the elderly people is increasing and the younger people is decreasing. And this is the total population, significantly, you can see it's very shrinking area. So those very vulnerability areas is also the characteristic. In the Tohoku region, which has harsh climate, this area is very cold, even in the summer. Because of this amount of the rice crops, that must be the amount of leftover for people to live on after the tax has been paid in the small and the residents of Sanrik coastal area has been taxed heavily. In this situation, residents have lived while helping each other. And fest and festival has become extreme important part for the local people lives. The serving both of the strength and the unity of the community and to help people environment hardship in their life. Given this background, I would like to talk about how intangible culture affected shelter management. And this is some photos about the Otsuki and Kirikiri festival, and also this is the Kagura photos. This is also related to some religion things. So the Great Earth Japan earthquake had a tremendous impact on such a severe situation in Otsuchi. About 8% of the population died. The town of Otsuchi experienced tsunami damage, as it's obvious. If you look at the tsunami in the map, you can see this is the city center, and notice that the map shows that the city center, the key functions such as the governmental office, were set in the tsunami prompt area. Of course, people in the government office were aware of this danger, but I have heard that the governmental office were built in this place to improve their functionality rather than the tsunami awareness. Though the office conducted evacuation drill every year. Unfortunately, the Great East Japan earthquake and tsunami exceeded damage forecast of the drills. However, the evacuation drills were conducted top-down and did not report unexpected large tsunami like one produced by the Great East Japan earthquake. Because of this, many staff members had to wait at such a dangerous office to receive instruction. I was very difficult for the people from outside Otsuchi, this kind of background to be accepted the interview. However, after 3 years of not giving up, the affected people come to tell some true stories. So this is such terrible situations. The victims had to evacuate the shelter. This map shows the location of the main shelter in Otsuchi. According to the report compiled in Iwate Prefecture, all shelters in Otsuchi were successfully managed by the effort of the residents. However, many of people I talked to gave an opposite testimony. I found that their remarks differed for the religion. So from those testimony and interviews, the town of Otsuchi can be divided in 3 major groups. The first center of Otsuchi as a commercial area has a large number of people engaged in the service. Second is an area the business located along the coast area of Kirikiri area. The third is Kozuchi district, located on the mountainside slightly away from the coast, which include agriculture and the service industries. So this is a photo of the Otsuchi city center shelters. You can see the many people in it's not something, no space is very smashed away, and it's very difficult situation. And I'm going to explain how they organize each evacuation center. The town of district shelter summary during the Great East Japan earthquake, 2,000 people evacuated and used the public hall as refugees. Because it was cold during the day, victims stored blankets and curtains. Administrative organization set up a task force, but organizing shelter was difficult. Cooking amongst evacuees was not allowed because city officers believed that this is not appropriate. This is not something like the danger for using the fire in that kind of circumstances. So lunch was delivered only the self-defense force. And suspicious of the other evacuees made participant using cupboard and priority privacy. The next one talking about the kirikiri desu. Yes, this is a picture for the kirikiri area, and you can see the woman want to participate in preparing food on themselves. So this is the kozuchi area. So the tradition hall in the shelter was used to preserve the deer dance, which is an intangible cultural property. People gathered naturally even though it was not a shelter. And they were used to providing a large number of meals to prepare for the festival. For them, it's very kind of natural thing to prepare than the huge number of people to prepare the food. And they were stocking food for the preparation for each festival and not for natural disaster. And also the rural lion dance and also deer dance were incorporated into the shelter. This that the person with the yellow ribbon, the leader, they can recognize if the people can see the yellow ribbon, they can trust because of the leader. And everyone trusted the lion, the deer dance members because the lion, those kind of dance is always this to preserve for the god. So this is the Kirikiri district shelter summary. Also, many people had to evacuate. The leader is coming from the Shinto priest, and quite similar situation at the agriculture area. And people were trusted, people were recognized each other, so the shelter activity was quite go smoothly. So there is some positive things and the negative things. Some two areas are quite success, the one area is quite not success. What is different for that? This positive is for the Kiriki and the kozuchi organized by their community. And restored food and water regular base is not something thinking about the emergency issues. And the leader organized, the priest and the local culture leader was very trusted each other. And the independent community and the independent people was very skillful because explained that those areas very serious for the poor and poverty. If they need for the carpenter thing, they can't hire the carpenter, they have to fix everything only themselves. It's kind of the creating very skillful people. So that is going to conclusion. So that following those people that summarize what is the research clarified from the limited data about evacuation center management in Otsuchi immediately after the earthquake. Local religion and traditional culture, which are tangible cultural properties, were gathered affected. The evacuation center leaders were responding to local people before the disaster. There was a time for emergency shelter operation. The way the community was before the earthquake greatly affected shelter operation. So human being has a relent aspect of the deep weather as well as daily life at the surface when the exercise greatly shaken and the hidden part will emerge with great power. It overcomes the shelter of the surface layer, revitalize the historical, traditional, and cultural accumulation. This power comes from the deeper, hidden, behind one's personal extenses. When it's hard to it's alone, the emergence of such potential power is very significant. Thank you.
Thank you, Miyako, for your interesting presentation. And now we will see a video by Dr. Silas Lamai by University of Cyprus, who can't stay here. And in the video we will see the presentation about an informal settlement of Makoko. In the periphery of Lagos in Nigeria.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Silas Lamai, PhD candidate of architecture from Ghana American University, Cyprus. I'll be presenting my research, which is in progress, on urban resilience in the informal settlement, Makoko risk and adaptation. Developing countries are the focus of research and debate in climate change for recent years. Now, though strategies for mitigation and implementation of these are underway, it's also become clear that mitigation alone is insufficient. So climate change adaptation is now in focus and provides potential solutions to risk management and fostering resilience in our cities. Coastal settlements are the most vulnerable to climate change. Now, the interesting and popular case of Makoko is of importance today. Now, Makoko is an informal settlement located in Lagos of West Africa, and was established in the 18th century as a fishing village and still is to the indigents. It has grown to be the largest informal settlement built and living on water. It's built primarily of wood and on wooden stilts, which are interesting, and its connectivity has potential and shows a picture of ingenuity of how communities today can respond and adapt to climate change and the pressures of urbanization. Urban resilience, the capacity of individuals, communities, and systems to survive, adapt, and grow when faced with challenges, and makes people prepared to withstand catastrophic events which are natural, climate change driven, and man-made. So climate change in cities. In cities, climate change cannot be managed independently. So all aspects of a city need to be managed together. The ecological, structural, socio-economic system, and the governance system all go hand in hand in tackling climate change. Climate change adaptability refers to efforts to develop resilience to predicted or potential climate impacts and effects before and as they happen. And ways of adaptation include changes in policy, changes in management, technology, and behavior that minimize negative impacts or exploit opportunities. And it could be hard and soft. So as we can see here, as explained in the earlier image, that all aspects of governance or of a city system all work hand in hand. And this is the climate change adaptation cycle. Plan, act, observe, and adjust. And the circle goes that way. So why do we adapt? Adaptation is necessary. Mitigation alone cannot solve climate change inevitables, and we must adapt to change. So we either move, we adapt, or so why do people accept risks? Now, people accept risks because the perceived benefits of locations outnumber the potential risks. So losses grow because people continue to settle and expand settlements in hazardous areas, not only in poor regions, but also in richer countries. So when we talk about risks, we also talk about vulnerability, and that relates to a number of factors. There are physical factors, social, economic, environmental, and historical. And these all determine vulnerability. Caught between the devil and the deep blue sea. Coastal informal habitats are the most vulnerable to climate change effects such as sea level rise, flooding, and increased rainfall, just to name a few. That is the deep blue sea. Now they are also faced with forceful eviction and actions of the government such as demolition, and we know what that is. So coastal informal habitat are slums which are located close to the coast, close to the sea. And they have a high interaction with water and are at risk and vulnerable to climate change effects. And some of the characteristics are lack of infrastructure, overpopulation, flooding, crime and violence, disease, and so on. This image shows hotspots of flood risk. The largest are in Africa and in South Asia. Now, large cities are found along rivers, in deltas, and along the coast. Now, this will require continued protection efforts and the required protection for these areas will depend on population and economic development in flood-prone areas. These images are a testament to climate change effects in 2019. A look at Africa. Coastal areas in Africa are the most developed, highly urbanized and developed, and they have high population and are economic powerhouses and tourist attractions. This is the climate change vulnerability map of Africa. Now, the darkest regions, which are dark red, are the most vulnerable to climate change and are least ready. The green are the most prepared and the less vulnerable to climate change. Nigeria. The total area of Nigeria is 923,768 square meters, and water makes 13,000 square meters of that. Now, it is rich with natural resources, but the coastal area is low-lying with elevations no more than 3 meters above sea level. Now we look at land use, land cover, and trends in Nigeria. Now, the most important thing I want us to see are the red areas. These are areas of settlement and habitation, and we can see how they have increased in size from 1975 to 2013. The economic overview of Nigeria, the giant of Africa, is the 41st largest economy in the world and second largest economy in Africa, with an urban population of 49.6%. So we can see the statistics of people and society overview at the population growth, ethnicity, language, religion, urbanization, refugees, IDPs. So we look at Nigerian urbanization important facts. So 5 out of the 30 largest urban settlements on the African continent are in Nigeria. 4.3% is the actual annual urban population growth. So we have a situation of about 20% is the annual increase in housing demand for Lagos, Ibadan, and Kano, which are some of the largest cities in Nigeria. So the government needs to provide 700,000 housing units per year to keep up with the growing population. Now, Lagos, Nigeria overview. Now, Lagos is situated on the western coast of Nigeria, and the city grew from 300,000 inhabitants in 1950 to 5.3 million in 1991 and 9.1 million in 2006. And it was the administrative capital of Nigeria until 1991. This situation also made it the economic hub of the nation. And the Lagos Lagoon is the most extensive lagoon system in West Africa sub-region. This water is regarded as one of the most productive aquatic ecosystems in the world and is of great socio-economic importance to Lagos. Now, Lagos has been categorized as one of 50 cities most exposed to extreme sea levels. It will experience more than 800% increase in population exposure by 2070. By 2100, Lagos would be the largest city in the world in terms of population, as projected. And we have the urban growth of Lagos, Nigeria, 1984. Purple is the urban built-up, and yellow is the suburban build. 2013. The challenge of Lagos urban planning. Now, the government has been struggling with the challenge of urbanization and its effect. And now we also have the issue of climate change. So they have two serious issues at hand. So in this, we can see coastal settlements and reclaimed and squatted coastal land in Lagos. So the expected climate change in Lagos State is going to be an increase in frequency and magnitude of extreme weather events, and it's projected that sea level rise of 1 meter by year 2100. The expected impacts of climate change in Lagos State: loss of land to the sea, loss of livelihoods, loss of physical infrastructure, and loss of ecosystems and biodiversity, pollution of surface water and groundwater. Now, Makoko is a community on water. For nearly 100 years, it has thrived on the fishing and sewing industries, providing over a third of Lagos' fish supply and most of its timber. It is a highly dense and urbanized area, yet it has no roads, no land, and no modern infrastructure. Makoko is an innovative and contemporary model for coastal African cities. The main challenges in Makoko in terms of infrastructure, hygiene, health, and steady income, which need to be addressed and solved. So here we see an overview of Makoko and the perceptions of the government, which is to demolish, but is willing to assist in relocation. Lagosians are irritated by the abandonment and neglect of Makoko residents. Makoko residents are happy and satisfied, but they need support from the government to provide infrastructure and drinking water. And foreigners, despite the extreme poverty, squalor, and inescapable stench, Makoko is resilient. So here we see Makoko issues, risk and vulnerabilities, flooding, disease. So here we see strategies implemented by the Lagos state government, Fabulous Urban of Switzerland, and Ile Architects of the Netherlands. We can see strategies here of the community, household, and individual. Now, most of these strategies here are coping strategies which the people of Makoko were able to implement themselves. Makoko as a slum and as a coastal settlement is faced with two major scenarios for the future. Now, scenario plan 1 would be a regeneration plan with the aim of sustainable development due to poor living standards and environmental pollution caused by maladaptation. But this would favor the indigenes of Makoko if the state government does not carry out a forced eviction, such as in the case of Morocco in 1991 and Otodogbami in 2016. Both were coastal settlements. Scenario plan 2, a resettlement due to inevitable climate change risks such as sea level rise and flooding. And there would be a potential here if the people are relocated and allowed to express their cultural heritage with the full support of the government. Now, in both scenarios, climate change adaptation strategies can be developed and implemented, but the approaches will be different. Now, in scenario 1, adaptation strategies can be built with the present fabric of Makoko as the foundation for learning and developing new strategies in Lagos. My questions: win-win scenario for the people of Makoko and for the government, regenerate or relocate, or a combination? And how do we respond to the climate change risk of the future in Lagos, Vision 2100? Now we have look effects of Makoko informal life circle on the ecosystem. So is water urbanism an approach to climate change adaptation in Makoko? Expand Lagos urban adaptive capacity. How do city designers and builders respond to climate change adaptation to increase capacity? And how do multidisciplinary and design teams plan for adaptation and climate change adaptation master plan for Lagos? Can the cultural heritage be preserved? Yes or no? But how? Aims and objectives. Now, design alternative adaptation strategies from a formal to informal and informal to formal perspective to sea level rise and flooding, while looking at the socio-economic, socio-political, socio-ecological, and socio-spatial impact on Lagos and expand adaptive capacity of Lagos. Now, arrive at a proposal of a water planning toolbox of strategies for Lagos to respond to the effects of sea level rise and flooding. Now, would Makoko also be a template which could be used for climate change adaptation in Lagos? This research would want to look into that. My methodology is collect and analyze data on existing adaptation strategies and conduct interviews, surveys, questionnaires, and design workshops. I'm also collaborating with government agencies, NGOs, city designers and planners, and the community, interdisciplinary. It will still fall back to the climate change adaptation circle as a basis for my methodology, which is plan, act, observe, and learn and adjust. So, my adaptation. Adaptation is a necessary response to inevitability. And we understand that mitigation alone cannot solve climate change inevitables, and we must adapt to change. Adaptation is crucial in order to develop urban systems that are resilient. The interesting thing about Makoko is that it has grown and adapted in its own way to climate change. Now, we can use Makoko as a template for future water urbanism and climate change adaptation.
Okay.
Thank you. Very interesting presentation. Thank you for getting us up to date on where things are. I had lunch with Bob Parker when he was mayor of Christchurch and suggested to him, as there was this mania of demolishing everything, including the Church of Christ, there was no longer any point in calling it Christchurch, and perhaps Pack and Save might be a better name for it, which is the name of the local supermarket chain that seemed to be entirely resilient. However, what I couldn't understand, despite going to the listing headquarters in Wellington, is how listed buildings could be so easily demolished, given that in the first 9 months after the event, some 82 of them simply disappeared.
Yeah, I think, is this working? Yes. The heritage is actually protected under district legislation, not national legislation, and all the yeah, well, things have changed a little bit since the earthquake. But at the time, the local council was responsible for heritage, and all the local planning and district legislation was suspended for 5 years. So there was no protection for heritage. They used to have 4 categories for heritage, category 1, 2, 3, 4. Categories 3 and 4 have been made redundant now. Government will only protect categories 1 and 2. And Christchurch had no category 1 buildings, even though the cathedral is the icon of New Zealand, not just the city. It was not on the National Heritage List. So,
Catholic Cathedral, which is the greatest neoclassical building in the southern hemisphere.
I know.
that wasn't
No. So the list tended to focus on the North Island and not the South Island. And there's been quite a redoing of heritage since the earthquake. And now there's category 1 and 2 buildings. Christchurch still needs to, if they want to get things on the national list, those buildings will need to be restored. But it looks like the cathedral will be. The church has said that they will rebuild the tower and spire in its original form. It will probably be a different structure within. The west facade will probably be rebuilt. We don't know exactly the detail. The interior, what has survived, will be kept. However, there will be modernisation within the building to make it suitable for modern worship. So, that took the community 7 years of arguing with the church to get that acknowledgement. One of the big issues was that all the decisions were being made by outsiders, and the Bishop of Christchurch was actually a Canadian who'd only been there 6 months when the earthquake had happened and saw no value in the building whatsoever.
Sì, mi ricordo, ti ho ascoltato l'anno scorso, mi sembra che hai presentato una cosa su Cipro, sempre alla scuola, sì.
Yeah, well, they've finally got the church on side, so. The Catholic Basilica, the church has been trying to save that building. It's in a much worse state. The cathedral had been seismically upgraded except for the tower, and it was the tower that collapsed. So the rest of the building is still sound. but the basilica is in very poor condition and unsafe. Nobody can go inside it. Okay, well that's possible. I haven't heard that news. I know the architect who's been working on it for the whole time, and at the moment it's still confidential as to what was happening.
Are there any other questions for the presenter? If not, okay.
So I was thinking about cultural landscapes. They're extremely difficult to keep because it's not only a matter of not building the highway, but it's also a matter of it involves people, and people can't be forced. Right? It's either people are there and they're using it. So if I think about a farm in the mountains, let's say, either there's a farmer doing the farming or not, and this farmer cannot be forced to stay there. So there has to be incentives for the farmer to stay there on top of not having a road crossing there. And it's extremely difficult. In Norway, there's a lot of money that's spent on preserving the cultural landscape that some might say it's inefficient, but it's they pay a lot of money for these farmers to actually be there and preserve the cultural landscape. Did you think about this aspect of your particular problem? How would you attack on this front to try to keep people there?
So you are touching a very fire problem. It's the problem of making a landscape not only be preserved but to enhance. That means a landscape must work. We are not dealing with museum landscape. And we are facing with this problem, and in order, so referring to this landscape around along the Ticino Valley, there is a policy since 30 years made up from the Ticino Park institution. That is, on one side, preserve this cultural landscape, this Marcite meadow, so avoid the destruction, the demolition, and on the other side, enhance the practice. That means help farmer to flood the water during winter time, and so product more and make a circular economy. Create factories that collect the milk that has a higher value and contains more omega-3s that are values for wellness, and create a chain for transforming milk in cheese. So try to improve the local economy based on a traditional techniques that also allows high biodiversity, because we work in the restoration of some of this marchite, and we have seen a double of rare species of flora and fauna appearing after the restoration. So we have considered, we know this problem. We have worked since this year for enhancing and raising awareness of the farmers that this traditional landscape can be sustainable for the future and can be a resource for the future. And it's the same point that raised from the interview, especially from the local stakeholder, the association, the farmers and the association of farmers and the Ticino Park, so on both sides, from the institution and from the farmers, that are some of them, not all, but a good part of them, are aware of this landscape, the potential of this landscape. So they want to preserve it. They are not the whole farmer, because we are on a very industrial agricultural plane. But there is a part that is raising awareness. So,
I have a question to the same thing. Thank you for your presentation, of extremely valuable, important in this conference. And I wonder if it's possible to combine the structure, also from the point of view of national or local regulations, to combine this strategy with different strategies of protection, like flooding risk management, climate change adaptation, anything that gives you yet another leverage while discussing with stakeholders in order to fight for this landscape.
Can answer to Silvia Covello for Silas Lamai? Yes.
It was
But,
okay. Is our point. So we are working on this preservation and enhancement of this Marchita Meadow cultural landscape in order to provide solution for climate change. We are still working, but we know. So we have the feeling now. We are working on data that provide that this management of this traditional management of water can help in the future to avoid or limit the climate change. Because if there were a sort of genius in the past to find a solution like this in a flooding area, like in Po Plain, but it's not the only one. We have water meters also in England, we have found, and we are searching for more. So it was a sort of ancient genius to use a better way to use better the water. I think there is something good to keep and to pass to the present society. So I'm not at the moment the solution, but we are working on this direction. And so, because we think that this is the way to, let's say, convince the stakeholder, also the politician, that we should protect and enhance this cultural landscape, not because it's important for our culture, but because our culture, our present culture, is based on the past also.
We must end the session, but I want to make one question to Lucia Barchetta, about the minor heritage of Italy. Do you think that in Italy this strategy of protection of minor architectonic center can work in the future? Because in the past it's very hard to make the preservation of little historic center and minor architectonic and non-monumental heritage. So you think that in Italy, not in New Zealand, in Australia, in another part of the world, can work in future this?
Okay, so
because the construction techniques are poorer than the monumental ones. Many problems that we know. Okay.
Yes. It's actually a problem. Also because the minor center in Italy, we experience there in the Marche region, but also you here in Abruzzo experience the same thing.
Yes.
They have this problem. People tend to move after just even before the disaster, but then tend to move. So there are few people leaving those places. So this is the first problem. But actually, the structural problem we want to talk about is actually a big problem, because the architecture is poor, and there are new techniques that maybe can be used. Regulations maybe sometimes they are not preventing from the preserving of cultural heritage. So I hope it is possible. I'm not sure, but I hope it is possible. And,
we hope it's possible.
Yeah, this could be, because Italy is done of histories. It tells his story with the architecture and art. So it would be a shame if we keep going on losing everything with disasters, because we have it.
Okay, we had to choose if eat or speak, but one only question to Silvia for Makoko settlement, informal settlement, if you can answer. But what is the solution for this very, very hard problem?
It's a very hard problem. Now the student is in the beginning of the research, is preparing the survey to go there. We are in contact with the municipality and the government. They're really interested because it's very difficult. I mean, the plan of the municipality is move the people, relocate in another location. But as through the conversation on the table, the community has a very important rules to control, let's say, to take care of the environment also. And the project of municipalities remove the community to build a high luxury apartment there. This is will regenerate in the general frame of Lagos and Nigeria growing up. There is a huge urbanization, and in terms of climate change, this can generate another problem. Now, I don't think so my students will be able to block the project of a municipality, but they are really interested, and we are project planning a workshop there, maybe if we can try to manage, to work with the community, to give the voice to the community and try to open the dialogue with the government, because they have to sort it out, the situation.
Okay, the last question to Miyaku about this traditional dance. The young people, what think about this tradition, Japanese tradition? They loved it or not?
Yes, especially after the disaster, the people the people understand that the kind of traditional is very important for the showing their identity, and also they understand that the community is very positively. That's why the many young people, especially coming from outside from the community, like many people coming from Tokyo, to do a lot of volunteer after the disaster. Many young people was isolated in Tokyo, and they been to the rural area to see the elderly people was living very peacefully in the community, and the young people was reflected this kind of atmosphere. Now, as many young generation coming to the outside of the community and join the kind of the traditional thinking.
So you think that this tradition have a future in Japan, in the modern Japan? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you to all. We must go to the lunch.
Salve a tutti, allora sono Massimo Prospero Cocco, sono responsabile ufficio comunicazione dell'Università dell'Aquila. Ringrazio di avermi fatto chairman di questo incontro e lo cominciamo praticamente subito con Barnaby Gunning, che intanto ci presenterà e ci traduce sulla sua cosa.
So just translating for Massimo. So this is Massimo Prospero Cocco, who's responsible for communications for the university. He's chairing the session, and he just introduced me. So I will come on to that.
Allora, abbiamo 20 minuti a testa, mi pare.
Okay, 20 minutes. We're working on a 20-minute rule. Let's see how it goes. So I'm going to talk today about rebuilding engagement from the ground up, talking about 4 projects that I've been involved with in the period from 2010 to about 2015. I'm an architect. I design people's houses, and I'm based in London. My only claim to fame really is that I designed the only house to be made entirely out of Lego, which happened in 2009, just after the earthquake. I also write software and do some programming and have a studio for both things. I'm Lucia's husband. Lucia is a cultural historian based at UCL. I'm presenting on behalf of both of us because I think she's already doing too many things. I thought I'd start by showing a slide of our house in L'Aquila. You've seen lots of pictures of the outsides of things and of collapsed things. This is our flat immediately after the earthquake, and going around looking to see what the extent of the damage was. And of course it still has all of our furniture in it. And if we're lucky, sometime later this year we get our flat back. So as I said, I'm going to talk briefly about 4 participative projects that Lucia and I have been involved with in the years since the earthquake. They're illustrated here by the 4 patron saints of L'Aquila. And the projects are Autoritratto, a self-portrait of L'Aquila, L'Aquila 3D, which was a project to create a participative 3D model of the city, Noi L'Aquila, which was a Google-run initiative to help people record their memories of the city, and Hello L'Aquila, which was an incredible project put together by one individual in his spare time. So I'm starting off with Autoritratto. Immediately after the earthquake, as you'll have heard, the city was sealed off by the army. They created a large red zone covering pretty much the entire historic centre. There was still access through the central access of the city, but essentially everything was fenced off, and people in desperation wanting to get back to their houses put keys hanging from the fencing. The red zone is necessary. It was put in place to stop looting and to protect public safety. Having people walking around uncontrolled in a badly damaged city centre was clearly not possible. However, it came with a series of problems. The first thing is, if you wanted to go into the centre to collect things from your house or to do anything, you had to do this with the collaboration of the fire brigade. So you go in to your house, escorted in a fire brigade vehicle, you go out, you'd have a limited period of time, and then back into the fire brigade vehicle and back out again. People only ever got to see their own little sort of slot of the city. And it was a very traumatic experience, because you know you're in a dangerous place. You know you have to be there for a short period of time. It was very unpleasant. And because access to the city centre was restricted, most people didn't really get to see very much of what was going on elsewhere. One thing I discovered was that as an architect, I was able to kind of have a reason to be in the city centre. And so on the few times that I visited my house, I was able to come up with convincing excuses to still be in the area after I'd been to visit it. And I spent a lot of time walking around the city centre, looking at the streets, and taking photographs, mainly for my own purposes, but to try and understand, what's the nature of the problem, how bad is the damage, what should I expect. So these are just a few of the images I took then. And I was doing work with businesses in the north of Italy, and the people I worked with there were all under the impression that, the Italian government had everything sorted out. They were building houses for the people to live in. L'Aquila's sorted, it's all fine. Because actually, there really, beyond the first 2 days, maybe a week, there was no information about damage in the city, the kind of things that were damaged and the extent of it. This is the view down the Corso at the time. So you can see it was open to the public with fences either side. But you've been around the town recently, there was nobody there, virtually nobody there. Next image. And this is L'Aquila by night in the same period. And the thing which struck me was that L'Aquila had been a loud city full of people. This absence of sound, the absence of people really struck me. And in talking to Italian friends, people kept on saying the same thing to me, which was, come facciamo, what can we do? And I realised that there was a level of state intervention that it completely excluded participation of people in the city. So I thought, well, I could do something. So I registered a web domain called Come Facciamo. I thought this was the right name for it. And over a couple of days, I built a very simple web application that was aimed at allowing people to upload their own photographs. I thought, in this way, people who went to visit their house, accompanied by the fire brigade, they got some photographs. Maybe they could show their own individual bit. And so, I called it Autoritratto. I didn't really think about it until recently, but we now live in the world of selfies, and if the project had taken place 2 years later, it would have been called something entirely different. But the idea really was to get people to create a self-portrait of their city. It's a slightly boring slide, but I thought it's worth reflecting on the tools that we use for doing these projects, because this is in 2009. Facebook is just beginning to take hold. In fact, it becomes a major means of communication post-earthquake. And in the world of the web, there's the famous Web 2.0, and this means that there are tools like the Google Maps API, which allow you to create a website that has incredible content. There's no way I could make a map of L'Aquila and create a website from that. And anyone can look at it, and then you can, as a developer, create content that goes with that. And so using JavaScript, which is a standard scripting language, and PHP, which is up on the server, another standard language, it's possible to let people load up images, manipulate them, and save data into them. And this means that any image that was uploaded to the site, when someone located it on the map, the information about where it was located was saved into the image. So I downloaded one of the images this morning, and it still maintains the exact location of where it was taken. It has information about who took it, and it's actually a rich resource in its own right, even though the website is no longer running. Fairly quickly, the site managed to get a reasonable amount of attention and a reasonable amount of content. It's worth saying that the web page didn't care about whereabouts you located the image. You could be in Hawaii, upload an image, and it would, you could tag it with a place in Hawaii. It would retain that information. But only the images that were in the metropolitan area of L'Aquila were saved into the database. And they were tagged, as I said, with the name of the person who created the image, the date that it was taken, and when it was uploaded, as well as information about where it was placed and where it was facing. Which brings me on to the second project. As an architect, I use 3D to design buildings, and I'm used to using 3D to represent them in the places that they're going to be built. And I'd seen how useful it is to be able to see in 3D the totality of a city. It gives you an immediate idea of how the different parts of a city relate to each other. And I felt this would be something very useful to create for L'Aquila. The problem really was how to set about doing this. I have a client in London who's a journalist, and she asked me to write an article to celebrate, well, not celebrate, but on the first anniversary of the earthquake. And so I wrote a brief article outlining how useful it would be to have a tool like Google Earth to display the kind of damage, or the situation of a city, and the kind of damage that existed in L'Aquila. At the time, Google Earth was entirely populated by models made by hobbyists. So the only actual content in L'Aquila was the castle, and that, I believe, had been modelled by a policeman who was convalescing from an injury in Brazil. I was quite inspired by this, but I was very surprised because Google actually responded almost within a day and said, yeah, this is a project we're interested in helping. But in talking with them, we realised that the biggest problem was the lack of photographic information in the city centre. And so we started a first stage of our project, which was called Click Days, and we set about getting people into the city in medium-sized groups and taking them around and photographing every single building. I mentioned before that in 2009 I designed the Lego house. The problem there was putting together 3.5 million bricks, which obviously if you try to do that on your own, it will take years. We were able to use about 2,000 people, and we got each person to make a block, and then they could build the building from the blocks. And we adopted a similar approach in L'Aquila, where we created I think it was a series of 7 weekends And on each weekend, we had a group that went in the morning and the afternoon on both Saturday and Sunday. And each group was split down into pairs of people, each with a camera and a specific task to carry out. I was quite impressed by the range of people that turned up. This is a group of clowns who they've been involved in trying to entertain children in the 10th post-earthquake, and I think they got sick of people being sick of clowns, and they were very keen to do something that was beneficial. They were the most well-organized, disciplined, and accurate photographers in the entire project, so that's good. We had about 500 people take part in this stage of the project, and the age range was impressive. We said you had to be adult to take part, but we definitely had people who were 15, 16 years old. And the oldest people were pensioners. And it's extremely tiring. I think on average we walked about 25, 30 kilometers per day doing the job. The methodology of the thing was very straightforward. We mapped out the whole of the city centre into Google Maps, and then we would assign a piece of paper to each pair of people, set out the block they had to go and photograph. They would keep a record of where they started, what the first photograph was, which the last photograph was, and which memory card they were using. When they came back, they'd give the piece of paper to me and then give them another one, and they'd go off again. At the end of the day, we could very quickly go through and get the photographs into the database. This is the, I can't remember, come si chiama l'impatto the council.
Palazzo Margherita.
So it's Palazzo Margherita, which is the council office.
Regina Margherita.
Regina Margherita. One of the best things for me about this project was seeing how ordinary people finally felt they could do something to help their city. Because at the end of the day, anyone can press a shutter button on a camera, and it was a great way of getting people to be engaged and to see things. I was nervous when we started that we would have problems with people disappearing into a building and never being seen again, but everyone was exceptionally well behaved. It was really quite humbling to see how involved people got in the whole process, and we made friendships that have lasted until today, so far, including Massimo. Following this phase, we then had people from Google who came from Boulder in Colorado to train local people up in using SketchUp to do geomodeling. I think we did 3 weekends of courses. Most people who took part were relatively young, and they were exceptionally motivated. And I know at least one person who went off and set up a business off the back of doing the course, and is still involved in this kind of work. This was a short video clip I put together to try and give an idea of what you could do. It takes a building which had a bar in it known as the Boss, so a focal point for people in L'Aquila post-earthquake. I thought, let's just make a fast geolocated model with it. I'll let this one run for a few seconds. This was done using SketchUp, which Google had as a kind of prosumer tool. It's used both by architects and by hobbyists. And it had very basic tools that allow you to take a photograph and then use it as the basis for making a model of a building. So here it's just creating the basic volume and then starting to add some detail into it. But actually, immediately you start to see the city. As we got on to modelling the city, we realised how challenging the task was we'd set ourselves. Most of the tools made for this job are designed to work with rectangular single-storey sheds in flat bits of the United States, and L'Aquila is anything but that. Notwithstanding it, some of the models were really impressive. This is by Antonello Bucella. It's a model of Santa Maria Paganica prior to the buttressing works. Whilst we were carrying out our modelling process, things were happening within Google that were invisible to us. And as we became stuck, I think we managed to cover about 65, maybe 70% of the city centre. But we realised we could never go beyond that because the topography was too complicated. As we became stuck, Google started to carry out its own photo modelling using a sort of fly past. So using an aircraft, they got a decent model of the city centre, which is still there today. This slide is probably illegible, but I just briefly wanted to talk about funding because we set out doing this thinking we should get some sort of institutional support, and then it proved very, very difficult, nigh impossible. So what we actually ended up doing is firstly phoning around trying to get financial support from private companies, all of whom were suffering from compassion fatigue, with the exception of Manfrotto, who amazingly provided us with a full set of professional quality tripods. We bought digital cameras and then sold them back to anyone who was interested in buying it, including a builder in London, who I was very impressed by. And we received some funding from the charitable arm of the Carispac, the local building society here. Going through the numbers this morning, I realised we made a net loss of about 2,500 euros, but it was definitely worth it. Anyway, eventually Google finished 3D modelling the whole of the city automatically, and so, as I said, this is the current state of the 3D model of L'Aquila. I'll jump through past this, but it's online, you can see it. And as I said, we sort of thought about reaching out to institutions for support, but really not got anywhere. But the place that we found ourselves actually getting some level of institutional support, or where it resonated, was within Google itself. And a member of the Rome office, Alice Ripeto, pitched an idea for L'Aquila, which was aimed at bringing together Google Maps, Picasa image sharing, and YouTube. And this was called Noi L'Aquila, or We L'Aquila. This is the promotional video for it. As part of this, they carried out a series of video interviews with some people, one of whom is now embarrassed to be in front of it. This allowed the creation of sort of the beginning of an oral history of L'Aquila pre-earthquake. I'm not going to play the videos because they're long, but Massimo was interviewed talking about the market. This is Roberto Grillo, the photographer whose work you'll have seen in town. As part of the project, Google wanted to create a launch event, and they wanted to put a container to do this in town. We said, that's a great idea, but it needs to be something which is useful. So we got them to turn it into a Wi-Fi point for the city centre, and to make it look as uncontainer-like as possible. That's still in the centre of town today, although it's a bit run down. Moving on to the final project, this is a project called Hello L'Aquila, which was, I'm absolutely amazed by it. Graziano Di Crescenzo, who was one of the participants in the 3D modelling stage, over a period of about 6 months, every time he had spare time between being in Teramo and going to Rome, as far as I can make out, he would stop in L'Aquila and walk around, and he did street view of the whole city centre on his own. And so we built a website around that, which runs parallel to the main street view site, but allows you to go into buildings that are still inaccessible today. He even managed to get up a crane, getting kind of overviews of the city centre from there. And with Graziano, with Massimo, and with a friend of Graziano's called Matteo Faraoni, we put this website together. It was structured so that you could visit the city, you could stop and take a view and then share it via Facebook, and anyone getting that thing could then go straight back into the website in the same location. This is the view from the crane. All of these projects represent quite different approaches, but they overlap with each other because they use what I would define as a prosumer toolset. And I think this actually allowed people to get involved in post-earthquake activity in L'Aquila who would otherwise have felt totally excluded. This is a proposal by Antonello Buccella for the gate of Porto Berete, which was uncovered during the restoration works on the walls. And his 3D models, which came out of the L'Aquila 3D process in the first place, totally changed the nature of the debate about what should be done there. As the other end of things, I've been amazed by how technology has changed over the years, and this is the same area. I don't think you can quite tell because it's a bit bright, but I'm just walking down the street with a mobile phone, holding it up above the level of the hoardings around the site. I was able to 3D scan what was inside the site and get a 3D model of this lion. This is a photograph, not the model, but still, you know, it's nice to be able to locate things and make them available to people. Okay. And we're increasingly finding that the pictures that we found that we took during the process are actually a useful record of how things were. and a way of protecting things against being stolen or damaged during the construction process. This again is a 3D model made using a mobile phone. So if I think about the things we were doing a few years ago, now it becomes increasingly possible to do this with consumer technology. In fact, I think consumer technology is going to be the future of data capture. I will overrun by 2 minutes, I'm afraid. But I just wanted to reflect on a few things. The first thing is, these were all projects which we just started, we did them without really thinking about the long-term consequences. And now, at distance, looking back at it, there are things which I've become painfully aware of. The first one is durability. This is Google's website, dell'Aquila, today. I say it's their website. They actually failed to renew the domain name, so dell'Aquila is now somebody else's website. And the database that Google created is still lurking up on the internet, but all of the technology behind it works differently now, so it doesn't work properly. Similarly, I lost the Come Facciamo domain name. When I last looked, it was a €1,000 purchase, and I'm certainly not going to spend, sorry, €10,000 purchase, get this right. So there's an issue about how to maintain these kind of initiatives, even when an institution like Google gets involved. I say institution because although they're a private entity, they're as big as any international institution. Next thing is the question of data ownership. I like these 4 saints because they're holding 3D models of L'Aquila in their hands, and one of them is even got Google Earth. There's an issue with this, which is that we carried out independent initiatives. We had loads of individuals working with us, and we were very careful to keep a record of who did what. And in my view, they are the owners of that material. However, it was initially hosted on a site that I owned, and I have the backups of it. It seems to me this is similar to how the data that's produced for Google Earth or for YouTube is handled. As long as the place that data went to is holding it, it exists, and they may well show who created it. However, it's not a long-term solution, and I really feel that there needs to be something like a public library, but at the end of the day, the local authorities represent the citizens of the city, and it seems to me that there would be a lot of sense in there being citizen ownership of this kind of material through the cities. The final point was in relation to influence. I don't think we really managed to exert much influence over anybody. We certainly raised issues and it created debate and conversation, and it's created great friendships, but we didn't influence any institutions. The only evidence I could see of any kind of influence is in the website of the USRA, which is the Special Office for Reconstruction, where recently they've added in a non-functioning, you can just see on the side there, kind of version of Graziano's website, where there are photographs in street view of the state of the city before and after the earthquake, and there's a map that you can navigate to get to it. Similarly, they have very, very pleasingly put together a GIS-based website where you can go into any building in the city centre and understand about the nature of the expenditure following the reconstruction. And it feels to me this is quite a natural place for the imagery that was created during the course of what we did, and any imagery that's been created during the course of the reconstruction. This would be a natural place for it to live. Again, the question is, how does that last? The things we've really learned are that engagement is the key to ownership in a city. Getting people engaged in doing things connects them to the city. This was a group of students from one of the schools in L'Aquila that spent a day doing 3D modelling in Costa Mascherelli, which is one of the more beautiful streets in L'Aquila. They got a lot out of it. It was a fantastic experience for all of us that were involved. Second thing is that consumer technology, as I said, is very powerful and gets increasingly powerful. The third point was about getting institutional leverage. It's slow, it's tricky, and we didn't succeed in getting it. But I think that these kind of initiatives are not just models for disaster response. They are also applicable pre-disaster. Getting people involved in documenting their cities and knowing their cities better and understanding the cultural heritage is a very strong way of building a longer-term resilience and also having information to hand when you need it, post-disaster. We're documenting things that have been damaged. The same information of things before damage is immensely more wealthy. And I'll finish on this. I think I'll stick to this. All the L'Aquila projects came out of a kind of punk spirit, which is that if you can do something, you should do it, even if you don't necessarily do it very well.
Thanks, Barnaby. Grazie Barnaby, due cose, Barnaby così mi traduci pure, cioè l'uso della rete è stato molto importante nel post-terremoto perché ha permesso la ricostruzione un po' della città che era smarrita. Infatti io ho conosciuto Barnaby grazie a internet e alle cose che si facevano. Un solo dato vi dico, Facebook cresceva nel 2009 in tutto il mondo all'incirca il 300% l'anno. Okay.
So I missed a little bit of the beginning, but essentially Massimo and I both benefited from the side effects of the web, really. We know each other because of the internet and because of the capacity of the internet to allow these kind of initiatives. During the period after the earthquake, Facebook grew by 300%. 300%.
Sì. All'Aquila stava intorno, nel 2009 è cresciuto del 600%.
In l'Aquila, the growth of Facebook users in which year?
2009.
In 2009,
subito
the year of the earthquake, was about 600%.
Perché mancava proprio la città, per cui ci siamo aggregati intorno a Facebook.
And in the absence of the city, Facebook in many ways became a new city. It became a new way of reconnecting with people, which is absolutely true. All of these initiatives, especially the Google ones, they were coordinated via Facebook. Google was launching Google Plus, which doesn't exist anymore, and maybe we should have been using that, but the effective system was to use Facebook, and I can think of people who are married and have children as a consequence of this.
Ok, allora qualche intervento è saltato, credo Lina Calandra non ci sia, e per cui passiamo Photography for the City. Abbiamo con noi Simona Manzoli.
First of all, I want to thank the organizing committee of the Silk City Conference, the University of L'Aquila and the London University College for having accepted my proposal and also for the opportunity to present it on the occasion of such an important international conference with a great range of topics in a city as important as L'Aquila. Finding yourself in L'Aquila exactly 10 years after the earthquake on the 6th of April 2009 and proposing ideas for the city and its rebirth is both inspiring and exciting. My name is Simona Manzoli. I am an art historian, PhD doctor and currently research fellow at the Department of Letters, Art and Social Science of the University Gabriele D'Annunzio of Chieti Pescara. The historical, artistic and monumental heritage of the modern age of the Abruzzo region and the study of documentation photography are the two major fields on my research interest and my university education, which began here in L'Aquila as co-author of a photographic project on the architectural and historical artistic heritage of the city, entitled Before and After the Earthquake, Conservative Events of Medieval Art in Abruzzo, realized in 2011 and resulted in a photographic exhibition and a scientific publication. The exhibition was exposed in Chieti, Padua and Belluno. The study of photography comes from a training in the photographic archive of my department. In my opinion, photography is a fascinating, versatile for many multidisciplinary approach, ranging from anthropology to psychology, and above all, enlightening for the study of a territory like Abruzzo, which has so severely been hit over the centuries by repetitive and catastrophic seismic events that have affected the various center and varied heritage. Photography, as we know, reproduces not only an image of architecture and a cycle of painting, but also a variety of contexts and events. Daily intimate one, such as family photo, public identity making one, such as celebration and religious rites that take place in strategic places within the city, such as squares and churches. It follows that the absolute recognition of its importance has been confirmed within the last ambitious ministerial project that actually recognize an unmatched importance and a contextual valorization and conservation, such as the project entitled Censimento Fotografia Italia, Census of the Italian Photography, promoted by the Ministry of Culture, the MIBACT, within the strategic plan for the development of photography in the year 2018-2022. The photograph of the earthquake and the immediate period after the seismic event have highlighted the high documentary value of photography. As happened for the large earthquake at the beginning of the century, 98 in Messina, 1915 in the Marsica area, also for the earthquake in L'Aquila in 2009, the earthquake in Emilia-Romagna in 2012, and most recently, the earthquake in Central Italy in 2016 and 2017. The losses, the miraculous findings of work of art, and the subsequent reconstruction are conveyed by these effective and emotionally powerful means. The deep roots of the architectural, monumental, and artistic heritage in the territory of the city of L'Aquila are so strictly linked to the urban planning of the city that it creates a whole, a so important heritage that has to be promoted and conveyed through everyone's contribution for its existence. The earthquake in L'Aquila in 2009 has attracted considerable media attention due to the implication connected to the material and cultural reconstruction of its historical center that has irremediably been damaged. However, it still represents the beating heart and a unique identity-giving nucleus on which the material, social, and cultural reconstruction of the city should be based. It has been widely noted that the earthquake in L'Aquila has taken on the characteristic of an event that destroyed the historical and artistic identity of a territory, an event that is not new to the city, but that recreates the destruction caused by the previous earthquake on 3049, 1461 and 1703, the latter known as the Great Earthquake due to the serious devastation. The purpose to ensure continuity with the reconstruction of the historic center of the city of L'Aquila with regard to the continuous reconstruction following the earthquake that I have just referred to has been distorted only on the occasion of the last earthquake, since the historic center has been deprived of its nature of inhabited center and displaced in the countryside. The centuries-old relationship between the people and their places has therefore been broken. It is instead to be reconsidered as the true lifeblood of these places and must be therefore constantly kept alive and never broken. Earthquake may erase a city only if they erase the inhabitants, wish to leave it, to reconstruct it, to redeem themselves with reconstruction. Cities must be rebuilt or restored where they are. It makes no sense to do otherwise. Renzo Piano's statements, particularly pertinent in the case of the earthquake of L'Aquila, are a part of an active debate and of the controversy of reconstruction, where as it was and where it was stands as a milestone and guideline in the long and complex process of reconstruction of monuments and context. The opposite and antithetical cases must be remembered as a warning for correct and appropriate reconstruction operation in the post-earthquake phase. It is therefore worthwhile mentioning the opposite case of Avezzano. It was razed to the ground by the earthquake of 1915 and rebuilt in another place in order to complete a project for the town planning map of the historic center of Avezzano, whose enlargement was strongly characterized by the concept of expansion and reconstruction according to a project which had been developed before the earthquake and reviewed and applied in 2 different phases in the year. The studies about the urban planning and the past of the town provided a definition with a deeper meaning, which have to be analyzed from a psychological viewpoint in order to understand their implications. Avezzano sparita, the disappeared Avezzano, l'altra Avezzano, the other Avezzano, implicitly underline on the one hand the loss of the inhabitants' roots that happens when the historic center, that is the founding and unique identity core of a place, is displaced, and on the other hand the birth of another city, which does not imply that its features before the destructive event can be fully recognized despite the adoption of the same name. Photography, more than any other means of communication, recounts and describes, photographs the context in an irreproducible and extraordinarily valuable here and now, and due to its value it needs a wider critical and methodological reevaluation as an aid for the reconstruction of monuments and context. Signs: ein gutes Foto sagt immer mehr als 1000 Worte. A good picture always tells more than 1,000 words, according to the German photographer Max Uzel. For L'Aquila, as for other cities hit by disastrous events, photography takes on a very high value as a witness to the city structure, in order to transmit the cultural aspect and the civic reappropriation of the heritage, closely connect between them to the future. In this sense, starting from a methodological and critical consideration as an art historian and from the contribution of photography to my studies, I suggest extending the use of photography for the city of L'Aquila and for all the other cities exposed to seismic risk. I propose to actively involve the local and national citizenship, given the importance of the city from an architectural and artistic point of view, in the systematic collection of a collective archive of the historical memory of the city, which should be accessible online and dividing according to the different year and area of the city and the countryside, in which geolocation should be used for a more faithful reproduction of the urban structure. A real mapping which should make use of the most advanced information technology, including the GIS technology, and which could serve as an open access for a database, where everyone will be able to upload photograph and relative information such as year, location, event, and insert them on a prepared chart such as cartography for the identification of places, toponymy and urban planning. The project of a large historical photographic collection about the city which were struck by natural disaster represent the source and the underlying theme for reconstruction, and also the occasion for the citizens to regain their collective consciousness. It requires civic participation and public commitment, since everyone has got photos and can effectively contribute to the project. This leads to a real civic reappropriation of the heritage, and therefore shortens the distance between the old and the new generation and the cultural heritage that belong to everyone. From an anthropological and psychological point of view, the concept of disorientation, anxiety, and resilience take on a central meaning in my proposal. Disorientation is a very risky condition in which individuals fear losing their domestic reference points. In psychology, resilience is the ability to face and overcome a traumatic event or a period of difficulty. The several reconstruction of our centers after the devastation of the earthquake must teach us that there is continuity even after the tragedy, and that this must be based on the identity-making relationship of the community with the heritage.
The urban historical heritage is a place of cultural identity, the only one that can ensure the psychological, cultural and economic survival of the city for its material and immaterial values. Thanks.
Thanks. Bene, allora non abbiamo il prossimo oratore, mi pare, per cui Giulia De Conto.
So, Giulia De Conto, who is going to talk about bonding between urban fabric and capacity of collective resilience in the case of the Talca Historic Centre.
Okay, so good afternoon. I'm Giulia De Conto, and today I'm going to speak about the link between pre-existing settlement model and the capacity of community to develop collective response to the catastrophe. And I'm going to do it through a case study, which is the city of Talca in central Chile, which was struck by the big earthquake in 2010. Actually, Talca before the earthquake was a medium-sized city, was an important center for commercial, was a commercial center, like quite international, because it has a strategic position, and it was characterized by a double structure. It had clearly defined the historical city center that you can see in blue. And it had the structure of a typical city center of an ancient South American city, like divided in a grid, and divided for blocks. In each block, you had the building at the end of the block. You can see in gray the part that developed after the 70s of the last century. It was characterized by big infrastructures, big roads, and really homogeneous built part. Like it had only one urban fabric model. Actually, the characteristic of the historical city center was that it had a great social mix, and for this reason, for the population of very low income, this was an opportunity to get involved in the life of the society and to have access to the urban services. This is a map that shows how it was mixed, the society, into the central blocks of the city. And this is how a block of the historical city center was composed. So you had the building at the beginning, and then in the time it developed with other houses and formal, informal houses in the behind in the court. So there is a thing to notice that many people in Talca lived in condition of what they call allegados, which means they weren't owner of their home and they weren't for rent. It was part of the family that used it to live with the owners of the house. So after the earthquake, this was a problem because they didn't know how many people was living there, how they could have an help from the state, and also the problem was to count how many they were. And this is how the part of the city outside of the city center was structured. Those are 3 examples of 3 different neighborhoods, and they are quite divided by income. Like you can see on the left, medium class houses, and then on the right, on the top, a collective solution for housing, and then single housing down on the right. The only thing they have in common is the fence. And then on the 27th of February in 2010, the great earthquake we all know about struck in central Chile, and the region of Maule, which is the region of Talca, was hardly eaten by the earthquake. And especially the 15 neighborhoods of the historical city center of Talca were quite completely destroyed. As I was saying before, the damage registered by the state was 3,500 damaged houses, but then when they counted how many people was affected, there was a problem because of this condition of legal and illegal housing. And so NGO Sur Maule and University of Talca made an estimation of about 7,000 homeless families. And this is the level of damage they had in the city center of Talca. And you can see it's all in the historical part. Some consideration on the overall process is that national government was just installed right after the catastrophe, and they really needed to give an image of holding everything, have everything under control. So they state the thing that reconstruction had to be really quick and fast, but in the end, the state of control of the process was really low, and so it produced many different situations on the territory. Planning of the single cities was not always made by public administration. Like in the case of Talca, the plan for reconstruction was made by a real estate society, and so it was just an indicative plan. Basically, reconstruction followed the interest of the market, or what they offer as a convenient building part. Many inhabitants moved from the city center to this new part of the housing offer, which was outside of the city center and also outside of the center, which was growing since the 70s. And this is the configuration of Talca now. You can see in blue the historical city center, and in red the part that was born after the earthquake. Is quite outside, and it has a big lack of services. After the earthquake, Talca lost many public spaces, but in some ways, public life continued to flow around citizen activation in defense of some symbolic buildings. And this is the case of Escuelas Concentradas, which were two buildings in the very center of the city center, and they were called Escuelas Concentradas, which means a concentrated school, because they concentrated different parts of the society. So it was a real opportunity of integration, and also a virtuous model of public education in a country where public education is disappearing. And this is the condition of the school nowadays and after the earthquake. And everything is like the day of the earthquake still now. But as soon as teachers and parents of the school realized that the reconstruction of the building was not going over, and that the plans of the administration were to change the destination of this building and to move the building in another neighborhood, they started a very strong and they felt a lot this demonstration that could involve also people which was not directly involved into the school. And so in the end, even if the reconstruction is not yet started, and after many struggles, they achieved that the school was declared as a national monument. And so the reconstruction has to be in line with the past, and the building can change its intended use, but also was declared as a national monument because of the value it had, and not because of the architectonical value of the building. And also, the important thing is that The building was destructed and abandoned, but the space in front of the building was really lively and is still a center of aggregation and an nevralgic point for the city. In these three years of mobilization, citizens were able to build a market, and they use it for in the everyday life, like these guys are jumping in front of the destructed school. And so this demonstration of the citizens of Talca can be seen not only as demonstration but also as a kind of collective activation that shows many important values. For example, many of Talca inhabitants moving out of the historical center also moved from a complex model of city to a much easier one, which is clearly divided into richer city and poorer city, and this obviously is triggering a higher exclusion, especially for both sides actually. And my question is, in the contemporary configuration of Talca, would it be possible a mobilization of the values of escuelas concentradas? It's really important and not obvious that a community can recognize what's a value of a place like escuelas concentradas. And also, as widely recognized in literature, communities' ability of auto-organizing and their ability to implement community resilience mechanism is strictly connected to the pre-disaster social, economic, and environmental condition. So that makes the mobilization for the escuelas concentradas an important process. So, basing on this, my point is complexity of relationship and practices into the city, in peculiar of complex settlement models, can also be considered a social risk mitigation measure because of the direct connection between previous condition on the territory and consequent community resilience capacity. And that's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Julia.
So I think if we could have everyone up here, it'd be useful.
Please.
So I think it's fair to say that in three similar, overlapping but different ways, we are all interested in participation.
Yes.
And I was interested in the overlap, Simona, with your proposal about getting civic involvement and building a database of visual information as something that should be done anyway. This resonates with me because I completely share your view on that, and it's immediately obvious how useful photography can be. A question I had for you really was about, do you have any view on the way in which that data is stored and by who, and how you make this kind of thing last?
Non ho capito.
With digital photographs in particular, but with images that are available via a website or server or whatever. The obvious criticality is keeping them there. You know, when you have a physical library, you have physical books, they're in a place. There's an obvious means by which those things are preserved and maintained and made accessible. The internet has much greater capacity for accessibility, but there becomes a big question about the technical side of how you look after that information. And is this something you've looked at, or that you already have a view on?
Specific ancient photography, personal photography of family photos in the square, in the palace. For example, I study a church in the Marsica area using the photo of wedding, ancient wedding, and this for this reason is a material very come molte volte se ne perde veramente lost material.
Yeah, that's actually interesting because it's a good point. You get photographs which have a purpose, like wedding photographs, which are a brilliant way of covering churches.
Yes.
Because there are lots of them, and you're right, people keep them, but they get buried into people's long-term storage. In relation to Talca, I was interested in how efficient the participation have been in actually getting change in the administration. Did you come to the schools event yesterday? So in L'Aquila, there's a similar type of problem that people feel displaced from the decision making around schools, and schools are such a key part of bringing young life back into a city. And how did they achieve this result?
Actually, what I found like surprising was the use they were making of the public space. Like they were trying to organize things in the square just in front of the building, and they were able to not just having events, but like having a planning on the space. So like they achieved to keep attention on the space and to don't lose it in 3 years. It's quite difficult. And I think the key was the fact that they used the space in front of the school.
Right.
Like they continued to organize things.
So it was always visible.
Yes.
Were there many different organizations involved, or was it more concentrated?
No, it was a big organization, like what we could call a second level association in Italy, like association of different associations, and NGOs in this were really active, but also spontaneous organization like not student organization because it's like a primary school, but more teachers organization, and they keep the help from the national movement of teachers, and they tried to make a network on it.
Right. And it's interesting to me that the local government were responsive. That implies that there was leverage. I think a difficulty here is that whenever you try to get leverage over a public institution, then they will move something to make it feel like they've listened, and then you lose the purchase. Then there's a different purpose, somebody else's fault, or
they struggled a lot. Like it really took time, and they didn't have the help from the administration. Like the administration had totally different plans, so they tried to reach the higher level, but the government has different corps that takes care of the reconstruction of public building, which is not the one that is intended to take care of the monuments in general. So they're trying to push on the one that takes care of the monuments in general, while the other one, the one that was taking care of the reconstruction, was kind of against the project or their demonstration.
Okay. The other thing which I found interesting was your observation, or your question really, about whether, if the same circumstance arrived now, that where people live has changed, whether you would have the same ability to get a focus of activity. And I suppose I'm interested in this because of the issues about resilience, that if you take L'Aquila, in a very similar way, the absolute centre of the city, which is subject to intense reconstruction work, it's no longer substantially a place where people live or work.
Yes.
And that's been, at least temporarily, substituted by a more suburban distribution. And at the moment, we're all fighting for the things we remember about the city centre. And one of the concerns about schools is knowing that we have a generation growing up who have not the experience of the city as we knew it, and believing that that's something that they would cherish the same way that we cherished. So I'm concerned in the same way that, these things can happen at any time.
Yes.
And if it happens once you're already in that process of being pushed out, do you ever get it back? It kind of brought me back to the photography because, again, the idea of using photography as a way of occupying and documenting the city, I think is powerful. People use their phones as an integral part of documenting their identity. Yes. What was I going to say? The idea of trying to use that as a mechanism for gluing back something that's currently broken seems to me quite powerful. Yes. Is that kind of something you think would resonate in Chile?
Yes, of course. The problem is the same, as you said, but the difference, I think, is that while L'Aquila is getting slowly a new life in the historical city center, in Talca there is no attention on the reconstruction of the city center. It's like I went there in 2017 and it was distracted with no plans to rebuild it. So it's very difficult to find a different identity, because maybe identity of L'Aquila can be attached to the past identity, but can build his identity in time. In Talca, this process is already more difficult because the city is developing, is totally out of the city center.
The thing in L'Aquila is that the endless return to as it was, where it was. And I keep thinking that if someone had just changed the sentence to as it could be, but where it was, that almost answers all of the questions you need, because you can get there. And I suppose the desire is to find a way to get people to be involved in the process of how it could be, and owning that. In Talca, the thing which I was most shocked by was the idea that the city centre becomes a real estate game for somebody else. It's just...
Yes, but in Chile, I don't know if Claudia is yet, no, but they had many difficulties because since there wasn't a real government attention on how processes had to be led, some of the reconstruction are also interesting projects, and they have a development that worked, like Aravena's project in Constitución has some problems, but still is a try and as an experiment. But in cases like Talca, they didn't have a strong public power that could lead a different way of reconstruction. So it was just on the market.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Hi.
First of all, I'd like to thank you all for these informative works which you have just shared with us. My question is to you, Bernard. You have shown us the 3D making process for the city. I have two questions on that. First is, when you have used Google SketchUp to generate the 3D for the city, there I think you have mentioned that you have used the pictures of the existing city to get the scale and to get the buildings there on the positions, facades. But was it very approximate? Because in terms of scale and dimensions, was it approximate, or you have done a measure drawing for that as well?
So I think that using the term prosumer is kind of accurate. We had access to some accurate plan data, which was made available by the Regione Abruzzo. I say made available, they gave me a DXF file that had the official cadastral survey of the whole of the city centre. So that was a point of reference. And that we overlaid onto the satellite data that Google Earth held. And that that's something you can pull straight into SketchUp that has reasonable accuracy. In terms of the actual models themselves, they are what Google would call geomodels. So there's about a 10 centimeter accuracy in those models, which is fine for getting an overview, but clearly not what you require for building. When we started the process, we were jealously aware of the ability to do 3D scanning, laser scanning. And I know that literally the day after the earthquake, one of the fire brigade squads in L'Aquila did an experiment with a 3D scanner on the back of a Jeep, and they just drove down the road scanning to have a look what came out of it. The problem is it produces colossal amounts of data and then becomes unmanageable in terms of working with groups of people. As well as that, the equipment, certainly at the time, was prohibitively expensive even to rent. What we hoped during the process was that as people were doing the reconstruction project work, we knew there was a lot of 3D scanning going on. So I hope was to somehow be able to link into that information. I think we missed the opportunity on it. That data still exists, but as I said, it's all massive data sets.
But how have you used it? Because the 3D which has been made, obviously it has certain limitations in terms of reconstruction, as you were saying.
So we produced it for Google Earth, and then Google produced their own data set, which then replaced it. So it is simply there as the visual 3D content in Google Earth. And for about a year and a half, our 3D models were the content, and then that was replaced. I haven't looked to see whether Google Earth, like Google Maps, has a sort of go back in time ability. I hope they do that if they haven't already done it, because it would be useful, at least for me, a useful way of seeing different stages of things. But my understanding is that the way in which that data is served, actually from the server end, is quite different. And I'm fairly sure that within SketchUp you can get access to some parts of that data set.
Thank you.
Yes?
I have a question about, so most towns in Italy are very vulnerable, right? Italy is in like a vice grip between two continents, it's like a creation of earthquakes. Some towns, so there's like a spectrum of vulnerability. Some towns are built on the sides of volcanoes. Some towns are even built like in the craters of volcanoes. Some towns are built on rock, so they don't actually shake that much when earthquakes happen. I'm kind of curious what you guys would say, or how you might apply some of your ideas to situations where towns and communities really ought to think about moving. So maybe it wouldn't be like com'era dov'era, but like a com'era un altro posto.
Okay, I think that's a question which I got asked a lot in the year after the earthquake, which is why would you go back there? You know, it's a place at risk. I think certainly if you look in Italy, nearly every area of significant human habitation in Italy, which has been lived in for thousands of years, is in an area which could be considered a risk, either of earthquake or volcano or flooding or other circumstances. There are more people now, and there's more development in places that are at risk, and it's certainly the case that unchecked development into areas which are more significantly at risk is a big issue. You only have to look at the metropolitan area of Naples to think, no, good planning would reduce the extent of exposure to risk. And that's absolutely the case. But the idea of saying, do you know what, it's too difficult, we'll put everyone on a boat and somewhere that's safe. I think that's actually not, one, I don't think it's feasible, and two, I think it removes people from an absolutely critical part of their heritage and their character. So I think in the Italian context that's unsustainable, and I think if you look at a worldwide level, actually the nature of human habitation tends to be at risk. You know, I live in London, which is a big metropolis that's relatively safe, doesn't suffer many earthquakes, but it's extremely at risk from flooding. It does suffer earthquakes, it's just happened very, very few and far between. And it's certainly not built to deal with those things. Learning how to live with risk is critical. And I think that the thing which I perceive as missing in L'Aquila, but in most Italian cities and in most European cities, is a culture of understanding the nature of the risk and the consequences of that on how things are done, where you build things, how you inhabit places, and at a very banal level, how you escape safely from where you're living or working, where you go to, how those things are handled, and a resilient system which is able to respond efficiently to the consequences of disaster and to learn from previous ones. Yesterday we were talking about schools, and someone mentioned how Italy's had 4 major earthquakes in a very short period. Unbelievably, the response post-earthquake in each of those 4 situations has been different. And you think, wouldn't it be better to adopt a model and then evolve that model in response to what you learn in each occasion, and then and modify that model in response to the specifics of the different locations?
Yeah.
So I think moving's not the way to go.
Can I ask for just a quick follow-up though?
Yeah.
The L'Aquila earthquake was like a fairly moderate earthquake in an area that has historically had even stronger ones with a lot more damage. But there are potential scenarios that don't require too much imagination that would inflict damage on an order of magnitude that's much greater. So for instance, Vesuvius or another sort of string of Calabrian earthquakes in an area that's much more settled now, you're talking about like not 300 people dying, but like hundreds, potentially of thousands of people dying. So I guess I agree with, I guess what I'm saying is I agree with you for like maybe 98% of the cases, but there are some cases where not talking about moving people is actually potentially negligent.
No, I absolutely agree. I think, and taking some of those cases, it's clearly the case that unchecked development and a lack of forethought in those areas is significant. And if there's one thing that's been learned in the circumstances, it's also the consequences of, say, building to code next to another building that is built to code, but where the behaviour of the 2 buildings together is not considered. That's now something that is considered in any development in an earthquake risk area. The unchecked development in Italy is a major problem, and you're absolutely right. There's the things that need to be dealt with preemptively and that aren't dealt with. They're immensely complicated, and it'll be interesting to see if there is ever any movement on that. There has to be.
I can tell you about, there is a small village which was struck by the earthquake of 1980 in Irpinia, southern Italy, and it's called Conza della Campagna. It was on a rock, basically, seriously on a rock. And after the earthquake, the community was absolutely convinced they didn't want to go back, and so they built a new village in the valley, but with completely different shapes. But they didn't think, not even a minute, about building it the same way as it was before, because it wasn't the same place. And also they wanted to change. They wanted to kind of forget what was the past and start from a new point. I think that when you take the decision as a community to move, it's kind of removing the catastrophe and what was before. So what you were saying, building it in another place but at the same way, would be something weird, like keeping an identity which is not the identity of the place you are living. Is kind of...
I think the presentation about photography, which you showed the Avezzano earthquake and its consequences, that's an exact example of a city that was badly damaged by a very serious earthquake. And the decision there was, we're going to completely replan the city, and it's substantially not it's close to the Sembre area, but it was built as a new city, and it has an entirely different character to I believe, because I obviously wasn't around when it happened, but an entirely different character to the historic Avezzano. That's right.
Was completely destroyed, and this is the reason the engineer Bultrini realized a completely different plane for the new city, completely in another place.
Simonetta Ciranna in the special session speak about the reconstruction of Avezzano and the loss of the monuments, the civic place.
I think my other partial reflection on this is that if you take L'Aquila as an example, this is a city that has grown through at least 4 major earthquakes over its history as a city, and the character of L'Aquila pre-2009 is very strongly influenced by the accretion of changes because of those. And you can ask yourself the question, well, this happens every 300 years odd. Why would you put yourself through that? But on the other hand, you can look at it and say, yes, but there is a history of settlement that has been through that and has responded to it and changed over time. And I think we consider ourselves more intelligent about how to build in an area of earthquake risk now, and it must be possible to continue to inhabit those kind of places safely, or relatively safely. It's clearly possible for there to be larger seismic events. It's clearly possible for things to be worse, but it seems to me that the kind of new town constructions that happen post-earthquake here, which are very much of the nature of let's make something new that's different, they can respond to the immediate sensation of people being scared of their own buildings or being scared of the place that they live in. But in the longer term, what do they create that is the new city? And do you want to throw away everything you have because of that? And my sensation is that if you throw away everything, start afresh, you actually do considerably more damage than the earthquake, as a social level as well as a cultural level.
I agree.
Any other questions? Yes.
I wonder, I'm very curious, why do you think there's a lack of dialogue between the authorities and local people? Honestly, I'm a little bit confused because we saw a lot of presentations from officials who would say, oh, we organized a concert or performance, and then we can talk to people, but on the other hand, we see they're not replying to letters.
Yeah, that's actually interesting. So I think almost the first question of the conference was about participation, was asking...
and in Julia's case as well, it seems though the authorities have listened, but the school is still not there. So
yes, but
the 2 earthquakes are really close to each other, but the outcome is really the same.
Yeah.
Right? When it comes to schools, for example.
Yeah, for the school, the problem is the funding, so like money, basically. But yes.
But they can always say an excuse, right? They can always say it's money or it's complicated, the paperwork, right?
I mean, there's a question about participation that almost the first question of the conference was about participation, asking about how the superintendents handled public participation, and the answer was interesting to me because it reflected that institutionally participation is seen as, hi, we've done something, come and look at it. And from the heights, from the heavens, they show you the things that they have done. They very rarely show the things that they're doing or the consideration. People like things to be packaged up and ready to show. And the institutional communication of that nature, and maybe Massimo might want to say something here, but that it's a controlled process, and you are essentially, you want to look and feel good in front of the people who ultimately pay for you. At the other end of the scale, you have the social media and similar process being used from the bottom up, trying to reach up out of whatever the situation is to those people and say, hello, there are a lot of us, we have opinions, please listen. And certainly here, you can see that people are professionally very good at avoiding actually engaging with that outreach, and that sort of magnificence of participation is seen as being enough. And it would be great to see change in that respect. And I'm certain this is common to all administrations, because I think it's common to how humans behave.
So it sounds like you have to convince them that it's their idea.
I think so, yeah. I mean, you have much better experience in actually maybe getting somewhere in this.
The people working in administration are human and flawed, just like everybody else.
Absolutely.
And are very vulnerable themselves. And I think often when they're working within their own capacity, their capacity is just not as big as we would like it to be. And I think that causes problems. So you actually need to build leaders who know how to engage. And a lot of people get caught in this situation. They've never been taught how to manage a disaster, or it's thrust upon them.
Yeah, it's also to be borne in mind that those people, they're thrust into this situation, and then it is a continuous flow of being assigned blame for things. So, and it's certain that anybody in that situation, they're going to make decisions which are right, and they're going to make decisions that are wrong. They're not going to be measured in the short term by the decisions they've made that are right. They're going to be criticised for the things they've done that are wrong. I had a very interesting conversation with the then mayor of L'Aquila, who gave me a lift into town one day, and he said to me that the thing which kept him awake at night was thinking that he might be making the wrong decisions. And all I could say to him is, the important thing is to make decisions. You won't be able to tell when you're making them if they're the right ones or the wrong ones. You have to do what you can do. I have no idea whether that stuck at all, but I think those people are put in a very difficult situation, and it would be useful to find a way in which it's possible to have dialogue without it being a blame game, and without it at the same time being meaningless, because it's very easy for institutions to say, hey, we're listening, and then just ignore it. That tends to be what happens.
Yeah, but in my opinion, it's like that the thing is that organizations that come out from communities or from society, and they usually come together for a target, like to do a thing, and they stay together and they want to reach that point. And on the other side, the administration is kind of needs to be legitimate by this community, but also as a plan. It's like they don't match each other, they don't build things together. And that could be, it's kind of a bridge that doesn't have the central stone.
There's a process that's used in litigation where you've got two parties who've got apparently opposing positions, where you try to find areas where they agree on something and then build out from that to reduce the amount of conflict and therefore come to some kind of more beneficial arrangement. And maybe there's something like this you need, but actually you've got common goals. You know, the mayor has children, you've got children, they want to go to school. Let's get this sorted out.
It's kind of, it doesn't, they don't work together. There is no cooperation in building policies or taking decisions. That's the fact, I think. But it's my personal opinion.
I think you mentioned a very important point, that how top-down and bottom-up approaches meet each other and talk to each other. And it's important to know that whatever a disaster is, usually after a disaster, some local initiatives, some local NGOs are formed. And it's important for the top-down approach to understand and to have some flexibility in order to first some flexibility and some recognition that the potential role that these people can have. And using them, actually, I'm deliberately use the word using them for a communication channel, because they outreach local people. And so, but the thing is that usually that top-down, the top-down reconstruction management system, they're afraid of engaging so much touch with these local NGOs, local initiatives after something happens. And they don't value the added value that these kind of things actually have for the communication, for informal knowledge actually production, and informal social learning, which is important for the resilience of the community after reconstruction. So to me, first is the recognition that yes, things happen, people want to do things, and how can we use them? How can we integrate, or as a local wing, as a very grassroots wing, and yeah, and this is very actually now is I think is well at least in theory, academic actually, it's understood that these two should meet.
A good question is kind of, if you've got those two things coming together, what is the thing in the middle that could act as a glue between the bottom and the top? And you wonder whether things like the academic institutions, the universities and schools, in a way, a bit in parallel to things like the media and press, because again, they're in the middle. You wonder what role those kind of institutions can have in acting as an independent point of contact between the two different things, because in L'Aquila I can think of lots of examples of university involvement in things which has gone out of being in the middle into being an active participant in one side or another, and you can think it would be useful to have some formal way of getting ongoing dialogue that is independent of both the NGOs and of the central government. I don't know whether that makes sense.
It doesn't mean necessarily to have a middleman institute. You know, it shouldn't be. I think even it can be done without that middle level institution. So it can be done. It can be done actually.
But so in a way, I mean, the other thing there is that, and in a way it's kind of obvious, but the technology is actually that thing that allows that to be possible.
One can do that.
So yeah, it's absolutely right. I mean, the whole point of Twitter, in many ways, is that it's possible to tweet directly to whichever, I don't know, artist or film star one wants to contact, and they are able to see it. They may not choose to respond, but it is direct. So yeah.
Can be part of it.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody. Any other questions or tea time? The next event in here is Mauro Dolce giving the keynote closing speech, and that is
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Catherine Forbes. I'm an architect from Sydney, Australia, and I'm a member of ICMOS's International Scientific Committee on Risk Preparedness, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce our special guest this afternoon. Dr. Dolce, or Professor Dolce, is Director General at the Italian Department of Civil Protection and Professor of Structural Engineering at the University of Naples. Professor Dolce has coordinated the civil protection monitoring, prevention and mitigation activities related to seismic risk and technical emergency management of the 2009 Abruzzi, 2012 Emilia, 2016 Central Italy earthquakes. He has coordinated the Italian seismic structural prevention programs and the relationships of DPC with the scientific centres for seismic and volcanic risk. Research activities have been related to earthquake structural engineering and seismic vulnerability and risk assessment, resulting in more than 400 scientific papers, 20 volumes and 8 patents. He is chairman of the governing board of the Global Earthquake Model Foundation and a real expert in his field, and we welcome him with great pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you and good afternoon. I'm very happy to be here. I think that they told me, unfortunately, I could not attend this interesting event, and they told me that it has been very interesting and very successful. I hope, if I well understand, I am the last speaker, and so I hope that you will be satisfied by this last lecture of the session of the event. Just let me also speak of my past life. I was from 1984 to 1988 research in this university at the Faculty of Engineering. So I'm very happy to be here in the university, even if it is a different faculty. So let's go to the topic of my speech. I will try to present, to show you the emergency management after and during the 2016-2017 earthquakes, which I call seismic sequence, because actually it was not just an earthquake with aftershocks, but many earthquakes, many important earthquakes, as you will see. And what I will try to do is to explain how the civil protection system works in Italy, how the emergency management is carried out, and also I would like also to give you some scientific information about the seismic sequence. So, and I also want to make some comparisons, showing you some analogies and differences between the seismic sequence and the three past important events that we had in Italy in the last 20-25 years. Namely, I refer to the 1997 Umbria Marche earthquake, which was characterized by a local magnitude 5.9 and a moment magnitude 6.0. These are two different measures of the earthquake. The moment magnitude that is here written as MW is the most important one, because it gives you an idea of the energy released by the fault rupture by the earthquake. So then the 2009 L'Aquila Abruzzo earthquake, whose moment magnitude was firstly 6.3, now it has been re-evaluated as 6.1, and the 2012 Emilia earthquake, whose moment magnitude of the main shock was 5.9. So this is the map of the hazard in Italy, the seismic hazard in Italy, referred to a certain probability, 10% in 50-year probability of occurrence. And so the various colors of the map show you the big ground acceleration on rigid soil given by this map. And you also see in this map the main shock epicenters of the four earthquakes sequence that I will speak of. So Abruzzo, Central Italy, Umbria Marche, and Emilia. You also see that these epicenters were located in zones, in areas with different hazard evaluation in these maps. For what concerns the Central Italy seismic sequence, you know that it started on August 24th, 2016, with a magnitude, with an earthquake with magnitude 6.0, both local and moment magnitude, at 3:36 a.m. And in this case, this earthquake was located, the epicenter of the earthquake was located in between three small municipalities, Amatrice, Accumuli, and Arquata. Actually, the epicenter was located in the Accumuli municipality territory. The observed intensities in terms of Mercalli-Cancani-Sieberg scale is a type of Mercalli scale, was estimated to be 10-11 degree in Amatrice and 10 degree in the European microseismic scale. Unfortunately, there were almost 300 fatalities, 299, most of them in Amatrice and Accumuli and Arquata municipality. 390 hospitalized, injured. Soon after the earthquake, the emergency response was coordinated by the Department of Civil Protection in the general framework that I will describe afterwards of the National Service of Civil Protection. Just going into the detail of the sequence, you see in the abscissa you can see the time, so 24th of August up to the June 13, 2017. And here you see the number of earthquakes recorded by the National Institute of Geophysics and Volcanology. And you can clearly see that in some days, namely 24th of August, 26th of October, 30th of October, and 18th of January, we had many hundreds of earthquakes, from small to big earthquakes. And here you see also with the black point the accumulated seismic moment, which means the accumulated energy released by the earthquake. So it is clearly that there were a strong earthquake on the 24th of August, a strong earthquake on the 26th of October. Actually, there were two strong earthquakes, and on a strong earthquake with magnitude 6.5, so it was the strongest earthquake on the 30th of October. And then, on 18th of January, we had 4 or 5, I don't remember anymore, 4 shocks near Campotosto, just in Abruzzo. Here you have an idea of the epicenters in the map on the right part of the slides. The location of the epicenters of about 70,000 events until June 13, 2017. Now the number of events has overcome 100,000. And you see that there were 2 earthquakes with magnitude greater than or equal to 6, and you can see here at the bottom that they were the 24th of August and the 30th of October earthquake with magnitude 6.0, 6.5. On 26th of October there was a magnitude 5.9, but just 2 hours before it was preceded by a 5.6. And then the 18th of January. It is important also to notice the distance between the 2 farthest epicenters with magnitude greater than 5, which is in the order of 50 kilometers. And the area, which means that the area is very large area that was affected by the earthquakes. just to make a first comparison with previous earthquakes, important earthquakes in Italy, in terms of number of fatalities, we had 11 fatalities during the 1997 Umbria-Marche sequence, 309, as you can you surely know, due to the L'Aquila earthquake, and 26 in Emilia, 2012 earthquake, and as I told you, about 299 with the Central Italy earthquake. It should be underlined that only the first main shock produced fatalities in this sequence. Even the strongest main shock, the 6.5 magnitude main shock, did not, fortunately, produce fatalities. Fortunately, in both sense. Just a few words on the socioeconomic features of the epicentral area, especially related to the first main shock. The affected area is located at the boundaries of 4 regions, Abruzzo, Lazio, Marche, and Umbria, and this is very important for the emergency management, but also for the reconstruction point of view. 7 provinces, and the epicentral area is mountainous, mostly exceeding 900 meter elevation. The population average density is low. The average income per person is lower than national average. There is a high percentage of farms, so the local labor market is mainly based on agricultural economy. Tourism is an important economic activity due to the great environmental interest and low urbanization. So there was availability of accommodation higher than the national average, and many tourists are house owners living in the surrounding cities, especially in Rome. Just a few pictures to give you an idea of the damage produced by this earthquake, especially the first main shock. This is Amatrice before the event, the first event, and this is Amatrice after the 24 August event, and again Amatrice after the 30th of October, which is, you can see this complete destruction of the historical centers of Amatrice. And here are a few pictures showing destruction of ordinary buildings and of cultural heritage, churches, towers. And however, it must be mentioned also that there was much damage to infrastructure, especially transportation infrastructure. They were interested not only by damage to bridges and viaducts, but also damage to tunnels and to roads because of landslide, rockfalls, debris of collapsed buildings. And so there were also difficulties in the emergency management due to the bad conditions of roads. So now I would like to speak of the National Civil Protection Service. Very often it is believed that civil protection is a ministry. This is not, at least this is not in Italy. Civil protection is in general the ensemble of the activities put in place to protect life, goods, settlements and environments from damage and risk of damage due to calamities. And in Italy, civil protection is not a task assigned to a single administration, so it is not a ministry, but is a function which is played by a complex system, which is called the National Service of Civil Protection, that was established by law number 225 in 1992. And this complex system is governed by the National Department of Civil Protection on behalf of the Prime Minister. So this scheme shows you how the National Service of Civil Protection is composed and is organized. Here you see the different ministries: Interior, Foreign Affairs, Environmental, Economy, and so on and so forth, Cultural Heritage, University and Research. They all belong to the National Service of Civil Protection, as well as the territorial governments, regions, provinces, and municipalities. The first authority of civil protection is the mayor. And on the left part you see what we call the operational structures that belong to the different ministries. So that there is, you see the National Firefighters Corps, the Police, the Prefecture, which is relevant to the Ministry of Interior, the Institute for Research or for the Environmental Research, which belongs to the Environment Ministry, and also the Army, Navy, Air Force, Carabinieri for Ministry of Defense, and so on and so forth, until I would like to also underline that the scientific institutions belonging to the University and Research Ministry also are operational structures. Here you see the volunteers. Volunteers are very important. Volunteer associations in Italy are very well organized. We have more than 1 million of volunteers in Italy, and they are organized in civil protection associations of volunteers. They are trained, they are equipped with the necessary equipment to deal with emergency situation. So all the system is, as I told you, coordinated by the Department of Civil Protection on behalf of the President of the Council of Ministers, I mean the Prime Minister. The Civil Protection Department has the consultancy, the advice of the Major Risk Commission in case some specific scientific problems have to be dealt with. The mandate of the National Service of Civil Protection is not only related to rescue and assistance and emergency overcoming, but also with forecasting and warning and prevention and mitigation. That means that the National Service of Civil Protection deals with the entire cycle of risk. So how did it behave after the earthquake? The earthquake occurred at 3:36, and at 4 a.m. The civil protection system was convened in Rome in the operational room that you see here. The room of the National Service of Civil Protection, and the operational committee that met permanently until 28th of August 2016, because as you can see on the 28th of August we had the DCOMAC on site. And so they started immediately the different operations that are needed after an event like this. So the rescue operation, search and rescue, especially with firefighters corps, the medevac operation, medical evacuation, the assistance to the population, setting up the 25 camps with the help of the regional and national volunteers organization. And after that, we could also give some shelters to people, different from tents, because as you can imagine, these are mountainous areas that are quite cold, even in September. So we had to start immediately the change of shelter from tents to containers. In general, in fact, the strategy for dwelling needs is in the first days using tents, containers, hotels, and contribution for autonomous arrangements. Then we have to start immediately the evaluation of the usability according to the damage of the houses, and then we have to start the construction of the emergency dwelling solution, which are called in this case SAI. In L'Aquila they were the MAP. The name is different, but of course the solution are always temporary solutions for the emergency. Unfortunately, temporary means some years, as you well know, because the reconstruction of historical centers is always very complex question. Soon after the 24th of August, here you see the diagrams of the number of people assisted by civil protection system. So soon after the 24th of August, or just a few days after, we had about 5,000 people assisted by the civil protection system. This is because, fortunately, the epicenter was located in a low-density populated area. But after the October 30 earthquake, we reached the number of 32,000 people assisted. This number was decreasing until the occurrence of the 18th January, and this number raised up to 15,000 people. Just to have an idea of what happened in the previous earthquake, after the Abruzzo earthquake, we had to deal with about 70,000 people assisted by civil protection. After the Emilia earthquake, this number was 16,000. After the Central Italy earthquake, it was maximum number, as you have just seen, 32,000. The emergency management is carried out after some days when the right building is found in the area of the event. The emergency management is carried out in the so-called DCOMAC, Direction and Command and Control. So on the 28th of August, the DCOMAC was established in Rieti, which is not in the epicenter, of course, like it was in L'Aquila after the 2009 earthquake. And so the emergency management was organized according to our procedures into DCOMAC operational functions, which includes coordination unit, logistics and assistance to the population, planning and technical unit, volunteers function, press and communication function, and so on and so forth, until you see at the end the school function, cultural heritage. And this organization allows different let's say, entities to work together. So you see, you can have in a single function fire brigade, cultural heritage, competence center, and so on. Now I am going to speak especially of technical activities. Technical activities that are carried out since the beginning, but become important after the search and rescue operation has been completed. And this is mainly carried out with the cooperation of the scientific institutions, which we call competence centers. And the main competence centers for the seismic risk are INGV, RELUIS, which is the Earthquake Engineering Research Consortium, U-Center, again Earthquake Engineering, the National Council for Research with different institutes, which deals with microzonation, geological effects, satellite interferometry, and other topics. ISPRA, which is the Institute for the Research of the Environment, ENEA, and ASI, also the Space Agency of Italy. There are many different activities. I will go through some of them. Soon after the operational committee starts working, they need some idea what the earthquake can have produced. So we have within the Department of Civil Protection, we have developed a software that can perform a simulation of the effects of the earthquake. So it can produce a scenario in a few seconds actually, as soon as we have the location of the epicenter and the magnitude of the earthquake, we can have an idea of what could have been the effects or in terms of damage to buildings produced by the earthquake. So the estimation that we had in the first 15 minutes are the ones that are shown here. For example, the number of people in collapsed buildings between 38 and 1,700. So if you compare with the number of fatalities and in general fatalities and injured people, which is of the order of 700, you see that the average value between the extreme fits well with what happened actually. Of course, this is referred to the first main shock. For what concerns what happened in the recent Italian earthquake, we also could have reliable data consistent with the real figures after the 2009 earthquake, but we had a very bad estimation after the 2012 Emilia earthquake. This is because the earthquake was quite peculiar because of the kinematics of the seismogenic faults and also to the subsurface geological setting, which was the alluvial plain, completely different situation from the typical Apennine earthquakes, for which this software is calibrated. Other information that we get immediately is are the records from the National Strong Motion Network, which measure the acceleration, the acceleration in general, from which we get the maximum acceleration in the different sites where the station of this strong motion network are located. We have about 600, even more now, all over Italy, especially in the most hazardous areas. And we get this data immediately after, in 4 or 5 minutes after an earthquake. So we have an idea of how strong was the earthquake felt in near this station, strong motion station. And here you see some parameters which are very important, which can provide very important indications of the violence of the earthquake. 0.91 G means 90% of the gravity acceleration, which is a very high value. Consider this is the horizontal acceleration, while the gravity acceleration is towards down. I don't go into further detail here. There are some other representation of the accelerograms. And here you see what we call shake map. This is referred to the October 30 earthquake that provides an estimation, not local estimation, local value of acceleration, but the estimation of acceleration all over the territory. Of course, you can have acceleration, velocity, and other also instrumental intensity, like the Mercalli intensity. And this also, we can have this in 30 minutes, 1 hour from the National Institute of Geophysics and Volcanology. Just to give you an idea of what happened in the previous earthquake, you see that we had, as I told you, almost 910 centimeters per square second, which means almost the gravity acceleration in the horizontal direction in this last sequence. During the Abruzzo main shock, we had 664, so 2/3, and during the Emilia earthquake, we had 1/3 of the ground acceleration, peak ground acceleration recorded in 2016. Another information that we get in a few minutes is drawn from the records of the Seismic Observatory of Structure, which is also managed by the Civil Protection Department. We have more than 150 structures that are monitored all over Italy. Here you see in the map where these monitoring systems are located in buildings, especially schools, hospitals, town halls, and in some bridges also. It is interesting to see what we recorded in the upper part. You see a table which show you the main information relevant to one hospital in Norcia, the big ground acceleration, the acceleration at the ground, a school in Norcia, and a school in Visso. Peak ground acceleration was 0.23 G, 0.52 G, and 0.33 G. And you see the drift, which is the interstory displacement between one story and the subsequent story, which this is a very important estimation from the engineering point of view, because when this percentage is in the order of 0.5% or 3.5%, which this means that the damage starts. So we can have an idea from remote of how this type of structure behaved. And so we also have a confirmation of what could be the intensity of the earthquake. After the October 30, you see that for the same buildings, the big ground acceleration recorded and also the drift estimated was higher, especially in the school of Wilson, the third row in the table. And here you see the pictures of these two schools. One is a masonry school on the left side, and the other is a reinforced concrete school on the right side. The reinforced concrete school was also equipped with special seismic devices, and it behaved quite well, even though if you can see some damage to non-structural parts. Behaved well because the intensity of the earthquake that occurred in Norcia was very, very high. Actually, this is the first time, even with respect to l'Aquila and to the Emilia earthquake, that many structures equipped with monitoring system had damage, and so we can have important information both for the emergency management, but also for the future studies to provide advancements in the comprehension, the understanding of the behavior of masonry and reinforced concrete structures. The microseismic survey, as you know, after an earthquake, there are experts that go around in the territory to establish, to evaluate, to estimate the microseismic intensity in terms of Mercalli, Cancani, Seeberg, European microseismic intensity. Here you see the map, the microseismic intensity map after the August 24, 2016, the first main shock, and at same scale you see the estimated microseismic intensity after the August 30. Of course, the intensity is mainly based on the damage that the building underwent. So this is also a picture of the level of damage all over the territory. I will go just for a second back to allow you to compare the territory that was actually affected by this main shock. Of course, when you see the second map, you see also the accumulated damage due to the previous main shocks. Comparing the microseismic field of the four different seismic sequences, you see that this seismic sequence, the last seismic sequence, affected with an intensity greater than or equal to 7, a territory which is about 70 by 30, which means 2,100 square kilometers. In the Umbria Marche earthquake is 900 square kilometers. The Abruzzo earthquake is on the order of 800 square kilometers. The Emilia earthquake is in the order of 200 square kilometers. And so this gives you also an idea of the impacts of this sequence. A few words on the coseismic effects. Coseismic effects are typically landslides, rockfalls in the Apennines area. So this is the case even for the seismic sequence of 2016-17. And here you see some pictures. This is the landslide of Pescara del Tronto, which is a locality, a village in the Arquata municipality. A big landslide that affected the buildings of this village. In terms of coseismic effects, there are many analogies between the Apennine earthquakes, so with the Umbria Marche earthquake, with the Abruzzo earthquake, while in Emilia the situation was totally different because the Emilia earthquake occurred in a plain, in a alluvial plain, so the most important effects were liquefaction phenomena. While there was no surface faulting, there were no rock falls, no landslides, of course. Another important topics during the emergency management, I also mentioned before, is the evaluation of the assessment of the usability of buildings, public buildings, private buildings, of course, public means schools, hospitals, etc. Private buildings and buildings for production activities. And it is important to establish if the population can safely stay or can re-enter in their homes. It is important to establish the number of temporary houses needed. It is important to establish if school buildings can be used after the earthquake, or if they must be repaired or must be reconstructed completely. The procedures that we use are based on the IDAS form, which has a long tradition, as it is based on the experience acquired since the 1997 Umbria Marche earthquake. And it has been established by a Prime Minister decree of the 5th of May 2011. There were also some other subsequent Prime Minister decree. So the procedures of the IDAS form is aimed at establishing if the building can be classified as usable, green, usable with countermeasures, B, partially usable, C, temporarily unusable, D, and totally unusable, E, which means not damaged or slightly damaged until heavily damaged or collapse. There is also another situation which is very important, especially in historical centers, unusable for external risk. If you have a building that has no damage at all, but there are some external danger, like another building which is heavily damaged and that can fall on that building, or a bell tower that can fall on that building, or if there is a landslide or some rock falls that put this building in danger. And we call them this situation unusable for external risk. The situation was quite critical after the second main shock. After the first main shock, after 24th of August, we had about 77,000 requests, and until 16th of October we could make almost 30,000 inspections. But after October 30 earthquake, the number of requests increased significantly until a total of 175,000 buildings to be inspected, and even the previous inspections were no more useful because the buildings could have been damaged after the 30th of October earthquake. So we had to establish a new procedure, a new inspection form, which is called FAST, that was implemented in parallel with the IDAS procedure. The total request, this is not updated to the final number of total requests, was on the order of 220,000 requests for 220,000 buildings to be inspected. Until June 12, 2017, the number of inspection was 185,000. The buildings that were inspected with the hardest form, which is more accurate, were all the public buildings that needed inspection, which means about 2,500 schools, of which 66% were assessed as usable, while 6% unusable, 28% partly or temporarily unusable. The number of public buildings were of the order of 3,000, and the number of private buildings 61,000. At the same time, there were fast forms, and you can see the total number. I will go ahead. Compared to the previous earthquakes, as you can see at number 3, the number of building inspection were in the order of 80,000 after the L'Aquila earthquake, 40,000 after the Emilia earthquake, and 220,000 after the 2016, during the 2016 seismic sequence. I would like to also stress the fact that it was there were many more difficulties after during this last seismic sequence because of the season, because of the areal distribution of damage, because of the road infrastructure conditions. And so there were logistic difficulties, but also because of the season, as the 2009-2012 earthquakes occurred during spring-summer, while this last sequence occurred during autumn and winter. So you know that the number of daylight the number of hours with daylight are much less during autumn and winter. So the number of inspections that could be made day by day, every day, was lower. But also, as you can remember, in January 2018, we had a very big snowfall, quite unusual for what concerned the entity of the snowfall, in the order of 50 years return period. And we also had important problems for the roads circulation. Another topic that I would like to speak of is about schools. Typically, after an earthquake, schools are very important. This is not only because of the possible casualties that can occur during the earthquake. Fortunately, the first main shock occurred in the night and in August, so schools were closed. But also it is important that school activity starts regularly as soon as possible in order to induce people not to go away, especially in these very fragile territories. So a big effort was devoted to restart school activity regularly in September, after the 24th of August, and many initiatives were undertaken. Here you see some, but I already have shown some figures on school efficiency, and in the most difficult situation where schools were heavily damaged, like this one, school activities were started also in tents, and these are some arrangement of school activities in tents or in containers. Of course, the problem of schools was much heavier after the October 30 earthquake. And again, there was a great activity of the civil protection system in order to reduce the number of missed school days for students. Finally, I would like to speak of cultural heritage. I think this is an important topic here. And we had, after the 24 August earthquake, heavy damage in the area of the earthquake. Fortunately, this area was not so much big, but after the October 26 and October 30 earthquake, this area increased, and these two earthquakes have dramatically extended and increased the level of damage up to the collapse of many churches. So there were many activities that had to be carried out for the emergency management related to cultural heritage. These activities are summarized in these slides. One is the assessment of damage and usability of heritage buildings, churches, historical palaces, and other heritage manifests. The second activity, one other activity is the displacement and sheltering of mobile heritage artworks at risk. Then there is the evaluation of safety condition of buildings, heritage buildings, and the execution of safety countermeasures. Then there is the protection of mobile heritage using temporary coverage. Then there is the securing architectural elements, taking them from the rubble, from the debris, and selecting them and displacing and sheltering them in order to reuse these architectural elements in the reconstruction process. And then, of course, there is the cost analysis of damage. All these activities were coordinated in the DICOMAC, in the specially conceived function, cultural heritage function in the DICOMAC. And there were many operational structures that were involved. For what concerned the damage inspection, there were 5,200 damage inspections carried out on churches, historical palaces, other buildings. As I already told you about the importance of the subsequent main shocks, every time a main shock occurred, we had to restart again all the activities of inspections because damage was increased. And even previously undamaged buildings could have been damaged. Unfortunately, the extension of the damage to cultural heritage was in a radius of 100 kilometers from the epicenter, so it was a very large area. We had, for what concerns the recovery of movable cultural heritage, we had 22,000 pieces recovered from 450 damaged buildings and 50,000 books, 5.2 kilometers of archives. All this activity for what concerns the recovery of movable cultural heritage was carried out with the involvement of the Firefighters Corps, the Carabinieri, the Army, the Civil Protection Volunteers, beside the officials of the Cultural Heritage Ministry and, of course, of the Civil Protection Department. For what concerns safety countermeasures on heritage building, 1,500 important safety countermeasures on historical buildings were executed. Here you see some pictures. They were carried out by Firefighters Corps, not only by but also by specialized construction company that were selected by the Cultural Heritage Ministry and by the mayors or by the owners of this cultural heritage. Especially for cultural heritage, which is very vulnerable it is important to underline that there was a superposition of the area affected by the 1997 earthquake, the 2009 earthquake. So we had, for what concerned cultural heritage buildings, the increase of previous damage in case of not yet repaired or strengthened buildings after the previous earthquakes, and the reoccurrence of the damage, which was even worse than before, if these buildings were simply repaired or weakly strengthened. A few words about the situation of road networks. The extension of the network was 15,300 kilometers, and there was much damage. So the ANAS, which is the company for Italian roads, had to make a specific program with 408 projects, with the first estimation of the cost in the order of 400 million euros just for road recovery. So, to conclude, which were the challenges of this sequence in terms of emergency management? As I told you, 4 affected regions, a vast territory. The need for coordinating 4 different civil protection regional systems. I could not go into details in this governance problem of the civil protection system, but I can assure that it was a very challenging problem. The high number of resources, firefighters, army, and scientific community, volunteers to cover a wide affected area. The damage to critical infrastructures, which was also increased by the snowfall that occurred in January. The problem with the access and logistics in the area, the removal and disposal of debris. I could not go into detail for this topic. The problem of local administration continuity. You can also imagine the devastation of the mayor office and of the local administration in general. The vulnerability of the territory, the huge damaged cultural heritage, the media attention that also have to be managed in some way, the huge amount of buildings, houses that were damaged, and then the need to assess a number, the damage to a number of buildings and their usability, as I told you, in the order of 200,000 inspections requested. And then the repeated and recurring situations, because after each main shock we had to more or less restart all the operations. I can conclude here saying that this seismic sequence determined a seismic emergency that was somewhat different from the emergency that we had to manage in the past 30 years. The size and the size in geographic terms, but even in temporal terms, was creating problems that were a different order of magnitude with respect to previous earthquakes. And we tried to adapt well-established procedures with sufficient flexibility to the specific case. Thank you for your attention. Quite long.
Thank you very, very much. I'm sure there are questions for Professor Dolce. Yes.
Thank you very much for your interesting presentation. I'm from Japan, and we have a fragility curve for building vulnerability function for damage estimation. So do you have that such building fragility curves in Italy?
Yeah. Of course, yes. For example, I mentioned that we use a software to make a simulation of scenarios after the earthquake, and of course inside the software we implemented some vulnerability curves. Of course, vulnerability curves can be more or less accurate depending on the knowledge you have of the building. We use in this software, simulation software, the information coming from the population and building census that we have every 10 years, or we had every 10 years. And in this case, the information are very, let's say, poor. Number of stories, more or less age of construction, and type of building, if it is masonry building or reinforced concrete structure building. So the accurateness of these vulnerability curves are in a statistical sense, okay, not in an individual sense. If you want a very reliable vulnerability curve, you have to know many more, you have to pieces of information of that building.
Are there any more questions? I'm just really, it's such a complex situation that you have to deal with in such short time, and making those assessments, gathering the data so quickly. From my perspective, that's very impressive, and it must be very helpful for understanding what you're going into or what your volunteers are going into. And I think it's really important that we all get that bigger picture and not just focus on the small things that we're familiar with. Lucia?
I have a question, Professor Giorgio, because we had a very intense roundtable on schools yesterday, and I was very pleased that you mentioned the schools problem. And in a way, I feel that in L'Aquila we haven't moved from the first assessment of the protezione civile of the schools. So yesterday, this very intense discussion was focusing on the fact that from the very first assessment and repair and putting kids into temporary modules, we are still waiting for those new schools and to get the kids out of the temporary modules. So I just wanted to remark in a way how important their role is and how that first emergency becomes the normality, or at least here their assessment has become the everyday normality in this town, at least for the schools. Yeah. I wanted to know what you
yes, of course. I underline that school activities is crucial for the resilience of the territory, especially for fragile territory like this, called aree interne in Italy, internal areas. I don't know the name in English. So in every, but also it was important also in Emilia, which is not absolutely an internal area, and it is very well focused by civil protection in the first days. It is not an easy problem because, as you know, the vulnerability of schools is still high in Italy, even if after the 2002 earthquake in San Giuliano, the attention of media induced politics to deal with school safety, but the amount of money which is needed is still very high and is not comparable to the investment that have been made up to now, which is perhaps of the order of 20 to 1 in terms of needs and allocated funds, or at least 10 to 1. So after each earthquake we have a considerable percentage of schools that are not in the epicentral area, of course, that cannot be used. The problem of course, we use it here in L'Aquila. In the emergency management, we built these temporary schools, and then it is a problem of the reconstruction process to speed up the reconstruction or the repair and strengthening of schools. You know.
And the problem is that there is a very significant difference in perception we found yesterday between the politicians and the citizens in how the timing should work for this reconstruction.
Yeah. It was interesting that you made a point of emphasizing the importance of schools and maintaining a sense of continuity in the community. And I find it interesting that the Protezione Civile has, as it says on the final slide, well-established procedures that you will also evolve and learn from previous events.
Yeah.
And the sensation that I have, at least as an outsider, is that each major earthquake, when you get past the emergency stage, it's almost like it's the first time. And there are new rules, new ideas, changes, no continuity, and it feels like the Italian state or states ought to have an entity similar to civil protection that has a role to play in applying processes and developing processes that can be reused, and that understand the priorities, but also the differences between places.
Yes, in an ideal civil protection world, each ministry, each entity should be prepared to emergency management. And while civil protection department is especially with emergency, so we are quite well trained, but it is fundamental that all the other ministries are prepared. And actually, just to say some optimistic words, we have signed an agreement very recently with the Ministry of Education, and next week we will have a training course for officials of the ministry in order to let them understand how an emergency situation can be managed and which is the organization of the emergency of the National Civil Protection Service and what they should do in case of an emergency. Because, of course, as I told you, the Civil Protection Department is the coordinator of the system in which each part of the system must behave for the emergency in case an emergency occurs. And this is not, there is not a big preparation because they have many other problems to deal with every day. So they don't think of the event, of the disaster. And so our effort is also to improve the preparedness of the various actors in an emergency situation.
Just a quick question. I am from Udine.
I am from?
Udine.
Ah, okay.
1976.
Yeah.
So the approach I often ask is Friuli, the modello Friuli, is a model, and then there is always this comparison with the other and blah blah blah.
In my case, I always say it's not a model. It was not a model. It was an approach. It was an approach. In my opinion, that was the focus point. The other one, follow procedures. That was an approach. Do you agree, or what is your vision about this? Looking especially to the last 2016,
yeah.
2017.
Yeah, I must say that I agree. I fully agree with you when you say this is not a model. There is no model for earthquake. There could be some general lines, some general approach, but if you compare, I made a couple of papers. If you compare different earthquakes, even the time, the season, the geographical area, you cannot compare Emilia earthquake with L'Aquila earthquake. L'Aquila earthquake is different from the seismic sequence because the earthquake in L'Aquila was in the epicenter of the L'Aquila earthquake was in L'Aquila, was in a, let's say, city, big city, not big, not so big, but in any case 75,000 people concentrated in an area, while the big earthquake in Amatrice, the first main shock, more or less the same magnitude, was in an area where there were 5,000 inhabitants, 10,000 inhabitants, totally different situation. So the general approach can be different. The general approach can be similar, but you cannot make a law that establish procedures. Otherwise, you will fail, in my opinion.
I wonder, first of all, thank you very much for the interesting presentation. And I wonder, Italy, as an earthquake-prone country, does have any mechanism or any process for reflections on the after you're doing something and reflecting on lessons learned and how did the whole process work, and informing the policy actually and the overall strategy. I completely agree. So you can have similar strategy but different actually practices. But how does strategy or policies are being informed by previous experiences?
In 1 second. I think that we have to continue with our effort to make different stakeholders aware that there is a big risk of disaster, and to make them to work to be prepared. As I told you, I can understand they have everyday problem, other problems, but from time to time they have to be concerned with the possibility of disaster, and then to be organized. We have made an effort before the 2016-17 earthquake with the Cultural Heritage Ministry, for example. And we had a directive of the minister, so we could follow that directive in some cases, but it was not enough in any case. Now we are making effort with the Ministry of Education. We are a special focused effort. And so I think that the only strategy is to increase the awareness of the population, but of the administrators, I mean ministries and local administrators.
I've got one question.
And this is also holds for prevention. The problem of schools, for example, is not a problem just after an earthquake. Now the awareness of the parents is greater, and they ask for a safer school. Very often the mayor has to solve this problem because there is an obligation to make a safety verification of schools, and if the schools is not 100%, but it is 90%, which means it's a good school, then the mayor has, in any case, the problem of solving this question with the parents. So this is the other face of the medal, which is reflected in the prevention activities.
I've got one last question. How much interaction do you have with the local authorities in the disaster, like in the emergency situation? Do they get invited to the table?
Of course,
yes.
Of course. They, as I told you, the mayor is the first authority of civil protection. The organization of the system is, I had no time to show you a chart of the organization of the system. You have the national level, which is coordinated by the Department of Civil Protection. You have the regional level, you have the local municipality level. And in case of, I can refer to the L'Aquila earthquake, the mayor, the president of province, the president of the region, we had initially 2 or 3 meetings per day, and they were, of course, in the table. It is indispensable to have a local administrators in the table. The problem is that, for example, in the case of L'Aquila, the mayor had no more office working because buildings were collapsed, and so there is a problem of the administrative continuity. That is also another problem that we are trying to solve with the collaboration of municipalities far away from the epicenter that can send officers and employees to help the affected municipalities.
Thank you very, very much. It's been really enlightening for us all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Before the closure remarks, I would like to invite here Professor Brown that for a couple of minutes would announce the 17th World Conference on Earthquake Engineering, because I came from engineering. So, please, Professor.
Thank you, Paola. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. My name is Murao, not Mauro. Murao, yeah. I'm a professor at the International Research Institute of Disaster Science, Tohoku University, Sendai, Japan. And next year we will have this World Conference on Earthquake Engineering. We call it WCEE. This is the biggest conference about earthquake engineering, which has been held once for 4 years, every Olympic years. The next year we will have Tokyo Olympic, and in September this conference will be held in Sendai, of Sendai framework. Then, yeah, yes. Then, basically this is for earthquake engineers, but as it shows, this this also includes about post-disaster recovery and reconstruction, or smart cities, or urban disaster mitigation, or disaster management. Then now we are calling for papers by the end of until the end of August, and also you can offer some special session, for example, urban heritage and disaster. Then I'm a member of the organizing committee, so if you tell me before, I can recommend your session.
Thank you so much. Thank you
Okay.
very much. We will do.
Yeah. I'm waiting for you.
I think it's an interesting also to see how what is more how the scientific world is looking also to the human science as well as the others. So now we are at the end of the conference. Professor Bernard Saretian here. It is the closing remarks, isn't it? And Dr. Lucia Gunning here, please. I wish that, of course, you enjoy, but I would like to give the voice to my colleagues, I mean the founder and let's say, what can we say, the pusher. She, I don't know, for 1 year she devoted all her life on this conference in L'Aquila. So, stage is yours.
Well, thank you all. This has been, for me, an unforgettable experience. I hope you shared my emotion in seeing this town, in learning about our struggles, our successes. I felt we covered almost every side of the pre and post-earthquake challenges. Apart from what Professor Davila said, the economic side of recovery of societies, which I said to him can be the theme of the next conference. And I felt also cultural heritage in the sense of art disappearing from places of disaster, which is something I deal with personally, but is not something that we covered particularly in this conference. Apart from that, we had an amazing array of papers, very interesting discussions, and I am very pleased. Thank you all. It has been great. I wanted to say, actually, thank you so much to the University of L'Aquila. They have been amazing. UCL helped us to finance this. Thank you to our keynote speakers, 3 amazing keynote speakers. Thank you to Paola Rizzi, who took our challenge with passion, determination, has been invaluable, and has become a good friend.
On Wednesday, I welcomed everyone. And now it's time for thank you all for coming here again. And thank you, L'Aquila, actually, for hosting us. We came from all around the world, from Singapore to Australia, from Japan to Belgium, to all actually, from Iran, Syria, every actually. Yeah, many, many countries, and the geographic diversity of this conference, actually meant something. That this is the issue that is global. We all are dealing with this, and we all are passionate to do something about this. Thinking about the past means that we are thinking about the future. And as Lucia said, thank you very much for all keynote speakers. Thank you, Lucia, for inviting me to L'Aquila last year. So I saw L'Aquila, and this is the outcome of that, basically. And thank you very much, Paola, for supporting us all. Thank you.
You know, it's always sad to say at the end of 3 days, what is the remains of the days? So what is for me the remains of the days is to thank all these people that is in the paper, is to thank all our volunteers that are there. Marco, Ilaria, Martina, Federico, Mario, Michela e Umberto. Andrea. Yes, Andrea. Without them, without our technicians and the other people that supported us, this is not possible. And with all the people that was working from UCL, from Singapore University, probably it was in Silk Cities, side, it was quite difficult to realize. So I know that nobody understood probably when I quoted Voltaire in the first day, that was quoting from complexity to look to my garden. What I want to say is that if you look to my speech, I said, as flies to wanton boys are we to the gods. They kill us for their sport. They are not killing us because we fought them, we fight them, and we found a way how to resist and not to be flies to them. Okay? Thank you very much to everybody. Yes.
You know that at Silk Cities, so it's an ongoing initiative. So we are looking forward to 2021. So if any idea, anything passionate for real life issues, which academics and practitioners can come together and talk about it and seek for new solutions, just get in touch.
I have no campanaccio this time to say, game is over, we are going for the tour right now.
Yes,
Thank you.
So, one last thing, there is a tour, leaves at 5:30 from the entrance on the